Most people know about Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer, but the deadliest predators are the ones who never made headlines. These are their stories. In the scorching summer of 1987, Phoenix, Arizona was already a pressure cooker, but what happened behind the walls of a modest duplex on Clarendon Avenue turned the heat up to something far more sinister. Neighbors had been complaining about a strange smell for weeks, something sweet and rotten that seemed to seep through the desert air like poison. When maintenance finally broke down the door to Unit B, they found Douglas Daniel Clark sitting calmly at his kitchen table, eating cereal. Behind him, stacked like cordwood in the hallway, were the remains of 11 people. Douglas wasn't panicked when they found him. He wasn't surprised. He looked up from his bowl of cornflakes and said with the same tone you'd use to comment on the weather, "I was wondering when you'd show up." What police discovered next would haunt the Phoenix Police Department for decades. In the bedroom, detailed journals documented every murder with the precision of a scientist conducting experiments. Names, dates, methods, reactions. He had been studying death the way others study insects. Born in 1952 in rural Montana, Douglas Daniel Clark seemed destined for invisibility. His father was a traveling salesman who was rarely home. His mother worked double shifts at a diner, and Douglas learned early that the world didn't particularly care whether he existed or not. By age 12, he was already showing signs of something darker brewing beneath the surface. Teachers noted his obsession with anatomy, the way he'd dissect roadkill with surgical precision, the strange drawings he'd leave scattered across his desk. But Douglas wasn't just fascinated by death, he was fascinated by the moment right before it. The exact second when life became something else. He spent his teenage years perfecting this study, starting with small animals, then larger ones, always methodical, always taking notes. By the time he reached his 20s, Douglas had become an expert in what he called the transition. His first human victim was a drifter he picked up outside a truck stop in 1974. The man was heading to California, had no family, no one who would miss him. Douglas offered him a ride, a meal, and a place to crash. What happened next was something Douglas would later describe in his journals as the most educational experience of my life. He didn't kill out of rage or passion. He killed to learn, to understand, to document the exact mechanics of how a human being stops being human. The methodology was always the same. Douglas would gain his victims' trust, invite them to his home, then drug their food or drink with sedatives he'd stolen from veterinary clinics where he worked part-time. Once they were unconscious, he'd move them to his basement, a space he'd converted into what looked like a medical laboratory. Bright lights, metal tables, instruments arranged with military precision. What made Douglas particularly terrifying wasn't just what he did to his victims, it was how he approached it. This wasn't frenzied violence or crime of passion. This was research. He would revive his victims multiple times, bringing them back from the edge of death just to study their reactions. He measured heart rates, documented pupil dilation, recorded their final words. In his mind, he was conducting the most important scientific study ever undertaken. The 11 victims found in his Phoenix duplex represented years of this twisted research. Men and women ranging in age from 19 to 67. Some were transients, some were sex workers, others were just people who had the misfortune of trusting a quiet man with kind eyes. Douglas had perfected his technique to the point where he could keep someone alive for days, documenting every stage of what he called the dying process. When police searched his basement laboratory, they found filing cabinets filled with hundreds of photographs, detailed medical charts, and audio recordings of his victims' final moments. One detective later said it was like walking into the workshop of a serial killer who thought he was a scientist. The level of organization, the clinical detachment, the sheer volume of documentation painted a picture of a man who had turned murder into a methodical study. During his interrogation, Douglas showed no remorse, no emotion at all. He answered questions with the same clinical precision he'd used in his murders. When asked why he'd done it, he replied simply, "Someone had to document the process. Someone had to understand what happens when we die. I was contributing to human knowledge." He genuinely believed his murders were a service to science, a contribution to understanding the human condition. Douglas Daniel Clark was convicted of 11 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He died by lethal injection in 1998, still maintaining that his work had been misunderstood. To this day, some of the evidence from his laboratory remains sealed, considered too disturbing for public release. The Phoenix duplex was demolished in 1989, but neighbors still report strange smells in the area where it once stood. 3 states away and 5 years later, another predator was perfecting his own twisted methodology. But where Douglas Clark had been clinical and detached, Marcus Webb was something far more personal, far more intimate in his approach to evil. The small town of Cedar Falls, Iowa, had always been the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and children played outside until dark. That changed in the winter of 1992 when 17-year-old Sarah Michelle Crenshaw disappeared while walking home from her job at the local movie theater. She was pretty, popular, the kind of girl who smiled at everyone and never had an unkind word to say about anybody. Her disappearance sent shockwaves through the community. What no one knew was that Sarah hadn't been randomly selected. She'd been watched, studied, chosen by someone who had been planning her disappearance for months. Marcus Webb wasn't the kind of man who stood out in a crowd. Average height, average build, the kind of face you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting him. He worked at the grain elevator, lived alone in a small house on the outskirts of town, and had perfected the art of being invisible. But Marcus had a secret that would have horrified his neighbors. In the basement of his unremarkable house, he'd built something he called his family room. It looked like a normal living space at first glance. Comfortable chairs, a television, family photographs on the walls. But the photographs weren't of his family. They were of his victims, and the comfortable chairs were bolted to the floor, equipped with restraints hidden beneath decorative cushions. Marcus didn't just kill his victims, he kept them. For weeks, sometimes months, he would hold them in his basement family room, creating an elaborate fantasy where they were part of his household. He'd cook them meals, watch television with them, even celebrate holidays together. To the outside world, Marcus lived alone. In reality, he was the patriarch of the most twisted family imaginable. Sarah Crenshaw became the newest member of Marcus's basement family. For 6 weeks, he kept her chained in the family room, forcing her to participate in his delusional domestic fantasy. He'd make her sit at the dinner table while he talked about his day at work. He'd insist she watch his favorite television shows, critique her responses, punish her if she didn't seem enthusiastic enough about their family time. The horror wasn't just in the captivity, it was in the forced normalcy. Marcus genuinely believed he was creating the perfect family, and he expected his captives to play their roles with enthusiasm. When they didn't, when they cried or begged or tried to escape, he'd become genuinely hurt and confused. In his mind, he was offering them love and belonging. Their rejection of his twisted gift filled him with a rage that would ultimately prove fatal for his victims. Sarah wasn't Marcus's first victim, and she wouldn't be his last. Over the course of 8 years, 12 people disappeared from Cedar Falls and the surrounding area. Young women mostly, but also a few men who had caught his attention. Marcus was an equal opportunity predator, selecting his victims based on some internal criteria that made sense only to him. Sometimes it was their smile, sometimes their laugh, sometimes just the way they carried themselves down the street. His method was always the same: months of observation, learning their routines, their habits, their weaknesses. Then the abduction, always carefully planned to leave no witnesses, no evidence. Finally, the integration into his basement family, where his victims would spend their final weeks or months playing house with a madman who genuinely believed he was offering them the greatest gift imaginable. The family room grew more elaborate with each victim. Marcus would save personal items from each person he killed, incorporating them into his twisted domestic shrine. A coffee mug from victim number 3 still sat on the kitchen counter. A sweater from victim number 7 hung in the closet. He'd force new captives to wear the clothes of those who came before them, creating a rotating cast of players in his delusional family drama. What made Marcus particularly dangerous was his ability to compartmentalize. During the day, he was the friendly guy at the grain elevator who remembered your kids' names and always had a joke ready. At night, he was the twisted patriarch of his basement family, orchestrating elaborate dinner conversations with people who were there against their will and counting down the days until they'd join the photographs on his wall. The end came not through brilliant detective work or lucky breaks, but through the most mundane of circumstances. A water pipe burst in Marcus's basement, and when the city repair crew arrived, they heard something that shouldn't have been there. Crying, pleading, the sound of someone begging for help. When police broke down the basement door, they found Marcus sitting at his dinner table with 3 captives, celebrating what he called family movie night. The scene was so surreal that the first officers on the scene had trouble processing what they were seeing. Here was a man who had set up an elaborate domestic fantasy in his basement, complete with family photos of his victims, home-cooked meals, and a twisted sense of normalcy that made the horror even more pronounced. Marcus seemed genuinely confused by the police presence, asking them repeatedly if they were there to arrest his family members for some unknown crime. The investigation revealed the full scope of Marcus's delusion. In addition to the 3 living captives, police found the remains of 9 others buried throughout his property. Each burial site was marked with a small garden stone, engraved with what Marcus called their family anniversary, the date he'd first brought them home. He'd been visiting these graves regularly, leaving flowers and having one-sided conversations with the dead about family matters. Marcus Webb was convicted on 12 counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. During his trial, he maintained that he'd never hurt anyone, that he'd simply been trying to create the loving family he'd never had as a child. Even now, serving his sentence at Iowa State Penitentiary, he still receives letters from people fascinated by his case. He answers everyone, always signing them, "Your loving family member, Marcus." But if Marcus Webb represented twisted domesticity, the next killer on our list embodied something far more primal, far more savage. His name was Vincent Eugene Marsh, and he turned the highways of the American Southwest into his personal hunting ground. In the summer of 1989, truck drivers began reporting strange sightings along Interstate 40 between Albuquerque and Flagstaff. Cars abandoned on the shoulder with no sign of their occupants. Personal belongings scattered across the desert like breadcrumbs leading nowhere. At first, authorities assumed these were simple breakdowns or accidents, people who'd gotten rides to safety and forgotten to report their abandoned vehicles. But then the bodies started turning up. They were found miles from the highway, sometimes dozens of miles into the desert, in places no rational person would ever venture on foot. The victims appeared to have died from exposure, dehydration, exhaustion. But what puzzled investigators was how they'd gotten so far from civilization in the first place. These weren't experienced hikers or desert survivalists. They were ordinary people, salesmen, families on vacation, college students heading home for the holidays. Vincent Eugene Marsh had discovered the perfect murder method. He didn't need weapons or elaborate schemes. He simply used the desert itself as his weapon. Vincent was born in 1954 in Barstow, California, a dusty railroad town where the Mojave Desert meets civilization. His father worked for the Santa Fe Railway. His mother cleaned houses for wealthy families in the better part of town. Vincent learned early that the desert wasn't something to fear. It was something to understand, to use, to master. By his 20s, Vincent had become what locals called a desert rat. He knew every road, every trail, every hidden canyon for hundreds of miles in any direction. He could survive for weeks with nothing but a backpack and his knowledge of where to find water, which plants were edible, how to navigate by the stars. The desert was his element, his advantage, his weapon. His method was elegantly simple. Vincent would cruise the highways in his modified pickup truck, looking for stranded motorists, a family with a flat tire, a businessman whose car had overheated, anyone alone and vulnerable on the endless stretches of desert highway. He'd pull over, offer assistance, seem like the answer to their prayers. But instead of helping them fix their problem, Vincent would disable their vehicle further. A cut fuel line here, a severed brake cable there. Then he'd offer them a ride to the nearest town, promising to send help back for their car. His victims, grateful for his into his truck without hesitation. That kindness would climbs when the real horror began. Vincent wouldn't drive them to safety. Instead, he'd take them deep into the desert, to places so remote that even he sometimes had trouble finding them again. There, he would dump them out with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a simple ultimatum: survive if you can. He called it the ultimate test. Vincent genuinely believed he was performing a service, separating the strong from the weak, the worthy from the unworthy. In his twisted worldview, anyone who died in his desert trials simply wasn't meant to survive. Those who made it out, and there were a precious few, had earned their lives through strength and determination. The psychological torture was as brutal as the physical ordeal. Vincent would sometimes follow his victims at a distance, watching them stumble through the sand and rocks, becoming increasingly desperate as the reality of their situation set in. He'd observe their breakdown, their panic, their futile attempts to find civilization. Sometimes he'd leave small clues, a water bottle just out of reach, footprints leading in the wrong direction, the distant sound of his truck engine to give them false hope. Most of his victims died within days. The desert sun was merciless, temperatures reaching well over 100 degrees during the day, dropping to near freezing at night. Without water, without shelter, without any knowledge of desert survival, they didn't stand a chance. Vincent would return weeks later to collect what he called his trophies, personal items from the deceased that he'd display in his trailer like hunting prizes. But Vincent's most horrifying trait was his selective mercy. Occasionally, when a victim showed particular resourcefulness or survival instinct, he'd rescue them at the last moment. These survivors were sworn to secrecy, threatened with death if they ever reported what had happened. Vincent told them they'd passed his test, that they'd proven themselves worthy of life. Most were so traumatized they never spoke of their ordeal, carrying the secret like a weight that would crush them for years to come. The few survivors who eventually came forward described Vincent as calm, almost philosophical about what he was doing. He'd talk to them during the long drives into the desert, explaining his theories about natural selection, about how modern society had made people soft and weak. The desert, he claimed, was the great equalizer, the ultimate judge of human worth. Law enforcement struggled to connect the dots. The victims were found across multiple states, in different jurisdictions, often months or years after they disappeared. Many were assumed to be hiking accidents or people who'd simply gotten lost. It wasn't until 1994 that a pattern finally emerged, when a survivor named Patricia Kellerman finally found the courage to come forward with her story. Patricia had been driving from Phoenix to Denver to visit her sister when her car broke down on a lonely stretch of I-40. Vincent had seemed like a godsend, a friendly local who knew the area and promised to help. Instead, he'd driven her nearly 60 miles into the Sonoran Desert and left her to die with nothing but a cruel smile and the words, "Prove you deserve to live." Patricia had survived by pure luck and determination. She'd found a small cave that provided shelter from the sun, discovered a tiny seep spring that gave her just enough water to stay alive, and somehow managed to walk nearly 30 miles back to the highway over the course of 5 days. When she finally flagged down a passing trucker, she was barely conscious, severely dehydrated, and covered in cuts and bruises from her ordeal. Her testimony opened the floodgates. Other survivors came forward, each with remarkably similar stories. A profile emerged of a man who used the desert as his personal coliseum, forcing innocent people to fight for their lives against impossible odds. The manhunt for Vincent Eugene Marsh lasted nearly 2 years. He knew the desert too well, had too many hiding places, too many escape routes. But his arrogance finally caught up with him in 1996 when he made the mistake of targeting someone who wasn't as helpless as he'd assumed. James Morrison was a retired Marine sergeant driving cross country when his motorcycle broke down near Needles, California. When Vincent approached with his usual offer of help, James initially trusted him. But something about Vincent's behavior during the drive into the desert triggered James's military training. When Vincent stopped the truck and ordered him out, James was ready. The fight was brief but brutal. James overpowered Vincent, tied him up with his own rope, and drove back to civilization. When police searched Vincent's trailer, they found a horrifying collection of personal items from his victims: wallets, jewelry, photographs, driver's licenses. Dozens of them, representing years of desert murders. Vincent Eugene Marsh was convicted of 17 counts of murder, though investigators believe the true number of his victims may be twice that. He was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in 2001. His final words were reportedly, "The desert remembers everything." The stretch of I-40 where Vincent hunted is now regularly patrolled, but locals still report strange sightings in the desert. Abandoned cars that appear overnight and disappear by morning. The sound of engines in places where no roads exist. Some say it's Vincent's ghost, still hunting in the endless expanse of sand and stone. Others believe it's something else entirely, something that was awakened by all that death and suffering in a place where silence should reign supreme. The desert wasn't the only place where predators learned to use the environment as their weapon. In the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, another killer was perfecting an equally methodical approach to murder, one that would make him nearly impossible to catch for over a decade. Gary Leon Ridgway didn't look like a monster. Standing just 5'10", with thinning brown hair and the soft features of a middle-aged accountant, he blended into the Seattle suburbs like wallpaper. He worked the night shift at Kenworth Truck Company, painting trucks with meticulous precision. His co-workers knew him as quiet, reliable, maybe a little odd, but harmless. What they didn't know was that Gary had turned the sprawling wilderness around Seattle into his personal dumping ground. Between 1982 and 1998, Gary murdered at least 49 women, though he claims the number is closer to 70. His victims were primarily sex workers and runaways, women whose disappearances often went unreported for days or weeks. Gary chose them specifically because he knew society wouldn't look too hard for them, wouldn't ask too many questions when they vanished. His method was terrifyingly simple. Gary would cruise the strip in his pickup truck, looking for women working the streets. He'd negotiate a price, drive them to a secluded location, then strangle them with his bare hands. But the killing was only the beginning. Gary had developed an elaborate system for disposing of bodies, one that allowed him to operate undetected for years. He knew every logging road, every hiking trail, every forgotten corner of the vast forests surrounding Seattle. Gary would drive his victims' bodies deep into the wilderness, sometimes traveling for hours to find the perfect spot. He'd strip them naked to remove any identifying evidence, then scatter the remains across multiple locations. Arms in one ravine, torso in another, head buried miles away. He called it spreading the risk. The psychological aspect of Gary's crimes was perhaps even more disturbing than the physical acts. He would often return to dump sites weeks or months later, not to relive the murders, but to move bones if he thought they might be discovered. He treated his victims' remains like inventory in a warehouse, keeping mental notes on where everything was stored, rotating stock to avoid detection. Gary also engaged in what he called maintenance visits. He would revisit burial sites to ensure they remained hidden, sometimes reburying bones that had been exposed by weather or animals. On several occasions, he performed necrophilic acts with decomposing remains, behavior he would later describe with the same casual tone most people use to discuss their hobbies. The investigation that would eventually lead to Gary's capture began in 1982 when the first bodies started turning up along the Green River south of Seattle. Detective Dave Reichert, who would later become a sheriff and congressman, led the task force that spent nearly 2 decades hunting for the killer they dubbed the Green River Killer. The case consumed Reichert's career, becoming an obsession that nearly destroyed his family life. What made Gary so difficult to catch wasn't just his careful disposal methods, but his ability to adapt and evolve. When police started patrolling the Green River area more heavily, he simply moved his dumping grounds. When DNA technology advanced, he became more careful about leaving biological evidence. Gary was always one step ahead, learning from every near miss, every close call. His downfall came through the very technology he'd tried to avoid. In 2001, DNA evidence finally linked him to several of the murders. When police arrested Gary at his workplace, his co-workers were stunned. This quiet man who'd painted trucks beside them for years had been one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. During his confession, Gary displayed an almost encyclopedic knowledge of his crimes. He could describe the location of bodies buried decades earlier, recall specific details about victims he'd killed 20 years before, and draw detailed maps of dump sites scattered across hundreds of square miles. His memory for murder was perfect, even as he struggled to remember routine details of his daily life. Gary Leon Ridgway pleaded guilty to 48 counts of murder to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole plus 480 years. He remains incarcerated at Washington State Penitentiary, where he spends most of his time in protective custody. Even now, in his 70s, investigators occasionally bring him maps and photos, hoping he'll reveal the locations of victims whose remains have never been found. But while Gary Ridgway was methodically turning the forest predator was operating Graveyard, another of Washington, into with even more audacity on the other side of the country. His name was Joel Rifkin, and he had the distinction of being one of the most prolific serial killers in New York history, operating right under the noses of the largest police force in America. Joel was born in 1959 in New York City, adopted as an infant by middle-class parents who desperately wanted a child. By all accounts, his adoptive parents loved him, provided for him, gave him every opportunity to succeed. But Joel was different from an early age, struggling with learning disabilities, social awkwardness, and a growing obsession with violence that his parents either didn't recognize or chose to ignore. As a teenager, Joel became fascinated with serial killers, devouring every book, article, and documentary he could find about men like Ted Bundy and David Berkowitz. He studied their methods like a graduate student, taking notes on what worked, what didn't, and how they'd eventually been caught. In his mind, he was conducting research for his own future career. Joel's first murder occurred in 1989 when he was 30 years old. The victim was a sex worker he'd picked up in Manhattan's East Village. He strangled her in his car, then spent the next several hours driving around Queens, trying to figure out what to do with the body. Eventually, he dumped it in a wooded area near his childhood home, a pattern he would repeat dozens of times over the next 4 years. What made Joel particularly dangerous wasn't just his willingness to kill, but his ability to learn from each murder. Unlike many serial killers who develop rigid patterns, Joel constantly adapted his methods. He varied his hunting grounds, changed his disposal techniques, and even altered his victim selection based on what he learned from news coverage of his crimes. Joel's victim count escalated rapidly. By 1991, he was killing almost monthly, sometimes more frequently. His victims were primarily sex workers from Manhattan and Queens, women whose disappearances often went unnoticed by everyone except their families. Joel exploited this societal blind spot, knowing that police resources would be limited and public attention minimal. His disposal methods became increasingly sophisticated as his confidence grew. Joel invested in plastic tarps, industrial strength garbage bags, and even a small boat he used to dump bodies in various waterways around New York City. He kept detailed mental notes on which locations were most likely to be discovered, which areas had the heaviest police presence, and which dumping grounds offered the best chance of permanent concealment. The psychological aspect of Joel's crimes revealed a man who had turned murder into a form of self-medication. He later claimed that killing made him feel powerful, important, in control of his otherwise chaotic life. Each murder was like a drug that temporarily satisfied his need for dominance, but the effect never lasted long, driving him to kill again and again. Joel's reign of terror finally ended in June 1993, but not through brilliant detective work. He was caught because of a routine traffic stop that went horribly wrong. Police pulled him over for driving without a license plate, and when they approached his pickup truck, they noticed a terrible smell emanating from the back. Inside, wrapped in plastic and already decomposing in the summer heat, was the body of his final victim. The arrest sent shockwaves through New York City. Joel had been operating in plain sight for years, driving the same routes, using the same dump sites, even living with his mother in the same house where he'd grown up. His ability to remain invisible while committing some of the most heinous crimes in the city's history raised serious questions about police effectiveness and society's willingness to protect its most vulnerable members. During his interrogation, Joel confessed to 17 murders, though he hinted that the true number might be higher. He provided detailed descriptions of his crimes, drew maps to body locations, and even helped police identify victims who had never been reported missing. His cooperation seemed genuine, but investigators suspected it was motivated more by a desire for attention than by any real remorse. Joel Rifkin was convicted of 9 murders and sentenced to 203 years in prison. He will never be eligible for parole. Today, he remains incarcerated at Clinton Correctional Facility in upstate New York, where he spends most of his time reading and writing letters to true crime enthusiasts who contact him through the prison system. But even as Joel Rifkin was finally behind bars, the seeds of an even more twisted form of evil were taking root in a place where no one would think to look. The suburban calm of middle America was about to be shattered by a killer whose methods defied everything law enforcement thought they knew about serial murder. His name was Thomas Eugene Barrett, and he had discovered something that made him virtually untouchable. He killed only on holidays. Thomas wasn't born evil, or at least there were no obvious signs in his early years. He grew up in Springfield, Illinois, the middle child in a family of 5. His father sold insurance, his mother taught elementary school, and their neighborhood was the epitome of American normalcy. Tree-lined streets, white picket fences, children riding bicycles until the streetlights came on. But Thomas was different in ways that didn't become apparent until much later. While other children played with toys, he collected insects, studying their life cycles with scientific precision. He was fascinated by the exact moment when something alive became something dead, and he spent hours conducting what he called experiments on the creatures he captured. The transition from insects to larger animals happened gradually during his teenage years. Neighborhood cats began disappearing, then dogs. Thomas had perfected techniques for luring animals into traps he'd constructed in the abandoned barn behind his house. He would keep detailed journals of each experiment, documenting how long different species took to die, what sounds they made, how their bodies changed during the process. His parents, both busy with their careers, and his 4 siblings, never noticed the warning signs. Thomas was quiet, got decent grades, never caused trouble at school. He seemed like the ideal middle child, invisible in the best possible way. That invisibility would later become his greatest asset as a killer. The idea to kill only on holidays came to Thomas during his senior year of high school. He realized that holidays created perfect cover for unusual behavior. People traveled, families gathered, routines were disrupted. Emergency services were often understaffed, and police attention was focused on domestic disturbances and drunk driving rather than missing persons reports. His first human victim was a homeless man he encountered on Thanksgiving night in 1987. Thomas was 22, working as a night security guard at a warehouse complex when he spotted the man sleeping behind a dumpster. The murder was impulsive, unplanned, but the aftermath taught Thomas valuable lessons about timing and opportunity. The homeless man's body wasn't discovered for 3 days, and when it was, police assumed he'd died from exposure or a drug overdose. The minor injuries Thomas had inflicted were attributed to a fall or fight. No one suspected murder, and certainly no one connected it to the clean-cut security guard who'd reported nothing unusual during his shift. That success planted a seed that would grow into something monstrous. Thomas began planning his next holiday murder before Christmas arrived. This time, he was more deliberate, more careful. He selected his victim weeks in advance, studied their routine, learned their vulnerabilities. On Christmas Eve, while families across America were celebrating, Thomas was perfecting his technique on a runaway teenager who'd made the mistake of trusting a friendly stranger offering shelter from the cold. The pattern became his obsession. Thomas would spend months between holidays planning his next murder, selecting victims who wouldn't be missed or whose disappearances would be attributed to holiday-related accidents or family disputes. He developed an elaborate system for disposal that took advantage of seasonal patterns. Bodies buried in snow wouldn't be found until spring. Victims dumped in rivers during winter floods might never surface at all. Each holiday became associated with a specific type of victim in Thomas's mind. Thanksgiving was for the homeless and forgotten. Christmas targeted runaways and addicts. New Year's Eve was reserved for partygoers who'd had too much to drink and made poor decisions about accepting rides from strangers. Valentine's Day was for sex workers and lonely hearts looking for connection in all the wrong places. The psychological aspect of Thomas's crimes revealed a man who had turned the calendar itself into a weapon. He would spend weeks before each holiday in a state of anticipation that bordered on sexual excitement. The planning phase was almost as important to him as the actual killing, a ritual of preparation that gave structure and meaning to his otherwise mundane existence. Thomas's ability to remain undetected for so long wasn't just about his timing, it was about his understanding of human nature. He knew that people's guard was down during holidays, that they were more likely to trust strangers, more willing to help someone in need. He exploited the very best qualities of human nature, turning kindness and compassion into weapons against his victims. His method of victim selection was coldly calculated. Thomas would spend the weeks leading up to each holiday conducting surveillance, identifying potential targets who fit his criteria. They had to be alone, vulnerable, and unlikely to be missed quickly. He developed profiles for different types of victims, understanding which ones would be most susceptible to his particular approach. The disposal methods Thomas employed were as varied as his victim selection. He used the seasons themselves as accomplices, burying bodies in frozen ground that would preserve evidence until spring, when decomposition would make identification difficult. He dumped remains in rivers during winter floods, in forests during hunting season when gunshots wouldn't attract attention, in construction sites that would be covered with concrete before anyone thought to look. But Thomas's most chilling innovation was his use of holiday traditions as cover for his crimes. He would often approach victims while dressed as seasonal characters, a mall Santa, a New Year's party-goer, a Halloween trick-or-treater despite his age. The costumes provided both disguise and psychological cover, making his approach seem harmless, even festive. The investigation that would eventually expose Thomas began in 1995 when a sharp-eyed detective named Maria Santos noticed an unusual pattern in missing persons reports. Over the course of 8 years, 17 people had disappeared on or immediately before major holidays in the Springfield area. Most had been dismissed as seasonal accidents or people leaving town for celebrations, but Santos saw something more sinister. Her theory was met with skepticism from her colleagues, who found it hard to believe that someone could be so methodical, so patient. Serial killers were supposed to be impulsive, driven by uncontrollable urges. The idea of someone who could wait months between murders, who could plan each killing with such precision, challenged everything they thought they knew about criminal psychology. But Santos persisted, building a timeline that showed the disappearances clustering around specific dates. She mapped the locations where victims were last seen, looking for patterns in geographic distribution. Slowly, a picture emerged of someone who was using the calendar as a roadmap for murder, someone who understood that holidays created unique opportunities for predatory behavior. The break in the case came during Christmas of 1995, when Santos convinced her department to increase surveillance around areas where previous victims had disappeared. On Christmas Eve, they spotted Thomas approaching a young woman outside a downtown bar. The woman had been drinking, was alone, and appeared vulnerable, exactly the type of victim that fit the pattern Santos had identified. When officers moved in to intervene, Thomas panicked. He'd never been confronted during his hunting phase, never had to abandon a planned kill. The shock of disruption caused him to make mistakes he'd avoided for years. In his car, police found restraints, sedatives, and detailed notes about the woman he'd been planning to abduct. The arrest of Thomas Eugene Barrett sent shockwaves through Springfield and the broader law enforcement community. Here was a killer who had operated with such precision, such patience, that he'd managed to murder 17 people over 8 years without anyone recognizing a pattern. His methodology challenged fundamental assumptions about how serial killers operated. During his interrogation, Thomas displayed an almost professorial knowledge of his crimes. He could recite details about each victim, explain his reasoning for selecting specific holidays, and describe his disposal methods with clinical precision. He seemed proud of his innovation, genuinely believing he'd developed a superior approach to serial murder. Thomas Eugene Barrett was convicted of 17 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His case became a study in criminal psychology, used to train investigators in pattern recognition and the importance of looking beyond obvious connections. He remains on death row at Menard Correctional Center, where he continues to mark holidays by writing detailed letters to criminologists studying his case. The Springfield Holiday Killer, as the media dubbed him, proved that evil could hide behind the most innocent facades, that the calendar itself could become a weapon in the right hands. His crimes changed how law enforcement approaches seasonal patterns in criminal activity, and his case remains a stark reminder that monsters don't always look like monsters. But while Thomas Barrett was using holidays as cover for his crimes, another killer was developing an even more insidious approach to murder. This predator had discovered that the best place to hide was in plain sight, surrounded by people who were trained to save lives rather than take them. His name was Dr. Martin Christopher Vale, and for 12 years he worked the night shift at St. Mary's General Hospital in Portland, Oregon. Patients loved him, colleagues respected him, and administrators praised his dedication to healing. What none of them realized was that Dr. Vale had turned the intensive care unit into his personal killing field. Martin wasn't supposed to become a doctor. Born in 1963 to a working-class family in rural Oregon, he'd struggled academically throughout high school, barely graduating with grades that wouldn't get him into community college, let alone medical school. But Martin had discovered something that would change everything. He was exceptionally good at manipulating people's perceptions of him. Through a combination of forged transcripts, fake letters of recommendation, and an elaborate web of lies about his background, Martin managed to gain admission to a Caribbean medical school that had loose admission standards and even looser oversight. He was a mediocre student at best, but he compensated for his lack of knowledge with an uncanny ability to charm professors and clinical supervisors. By 1991, Martin had somehow managed to obtain a medical license and secure a position at St. Mary's. The night shift suited him perfectly: fewer supervisors, less oversight, and patients who were often unconscious or heavily sedated. It was the perfect environment for someone who wanted to practice medicine without the inconvenience of actual medical knowledge. His first kill wasn't intentional, or at least that's what Martin told himself. Mrs. Eleanor Patterson, 73 years old, was recovering from routine gallbladder surgery when Martin administered what he later claimed was the wrong dosage of morphine. She died quietly in her sleep, and the death was attributed to post-surgical complications. Martin felt something that night, a rush of power, unlike anything he'd experienced before. The next death came 6 months later, then another, then they started coming more frequently. Martin had developed a system that was almost foolproof. He targeted elderly patients, those with complex medical histories, people whose deaths wouldn't raise immediate suspicions. He used a variety of methods: overdoses of medication, air injected into IV lines, disconnected ventilators. Each death looked like a natural progression of illness or unfortunate medical complication. What made Martin particularly dangerous was his understanding of hospital culture. He knew that medical professionals were reluctant to question each other, that deaths in a hospital setting were often accepted as inevitable. He exploited the trust and camaraderie of the medical profession, using his colleagues' goodwill as cover for murder. Martin also discovered that certain patients made better victims than others. Those without family visitors, elderly patients whose deaths would be seen as merciful releases, people with conditions that made sudden deterioration plausible. He kept mental notes on which patients fit his criteria, studying their charts not to heal them, but to determine how best to kill them without detection. The psychological aspect of Martin's crimes revealed a man addicted to the godlike power of determining who lived and who died. He would often linger in patients' rooms after administering fatal doses, watching the life drain from their eyes, feeling the ultimate rush of control. To him, these weren't murders. They were demonstrations of his power over life and death. His methods became increasingly sophisticated as his confidence grew. Martin learned to forge documentation, altering medical records to cover his tracks. He developed relationships with funeral directors who wouldn't ask too many questions about sudden deaths. He even began suggesting to grieving families that autopsies were unnecessary, that their loved ones had suffered enough. Between 1991 and 2003, Martin Vale murdered at least 47 patients, though the true number may be much higher. His victims ranged in age from 62 to 91, all vulnerable people who had trusted the medical system to protect them. Instead, they encountered a predator who wore scrubs and carried a stethoscope. The investigation that eventually exposed Martin began when a sharp-eyed nurse named Jennifer Walsh noticed an unusual pattern. Patients under Martin's care seemed to die at a higher rate than those treated by other doctors, and many of these deaths occurred during the quiet hours of his night shifts. When she brought her concerns to hospital administration, she was initially dismissed as a troublemaker, but Walsh persisted, secretly documenting every death that occurred on Martin's shifts, comparing his patient mortality rate to other physicians. The statistics were damning. Patients were 3 times more likely to die when Martin was their attending physician. Armed with this data, Walsh went to the state medical board and eventually to law enforcement. The arrest of Dr. Martin Vale in 2003 sent shockwaves through the medical community. Here was a man who had violated the most fundamental principle of medicine. First, do no harm, turning his position of trust into a weapon against the most vulnerable members of society. The investigation revealed that several hospitals had suspected problems with Martin over the years, but had allowed him to quietly resign and move on rather than face the scandal of a thorough investigation. Martin Vale was convicted of 12 counts of first-degree murder, though prosecutors suspected he was responsible for dozens more deaths. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. During his trial, he showed no remorse, maintaining that he had been providing mercy to patients who were suffering. He remains incarcerated at Oregon State Penitentiary, where he spends most of his time in the medical unit, ironically receiving care from the same profession he'd betrayed. But while Dr. Vale was using his medical credentials as cover for murder, another killer was discovering that law enforcement itself provided the perfect disguise for predatory behavior. His badge gave him access to victims, his authority made people trust him, and his knowledge of police procedure helped him stay one step ahead of any investigation. Detective Raymond Charles Hoffman had been with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department for 8 years when he committed his first murder. To his colleagues, Ray was the ideal cop, dedicated, thorough, always willing to work overtime. He volunteered for the most difficult cases, showed genuine concern for victims' families, and had a reputation for never giving up on an investigation. What they didn't know was that Ray had been using his badge to identify and stalk potential victims for months before he finally worked up the courage to kill. Ray was born in 1968 in San Bernardino, California, the son of a police officer who had instilled in him a deep respect for law enforcement. He joined the sheriff's department straight out of college, driven by what seemed like a genuine desire to serve and protect his community. His academy instructors noted his attention to detail, his ability to think like a criminal, and his natural talent for investigation. But Ray had been hiding a dark secret since his teenage years. He was sexually aroused by violence, specifically by the fear and helplessness of women in dangerous situations. He'd spent years consuming violent pornography, studying crime scene photos, and fantasizing about being the predator rather than the protector. His job in law enforcement gave him access to all the research material he needed to perfect his fantasies. The first murder happened during what was supposed to be a routine welfare check. A neighbor had called about not seeing an elderly woman for several days, and Ray was dispatched to investigate. When he arrived at the small apartment, he found 72-year-old Dorothy Mills, weak but alive, having fallen and been unable to get up for 3 days. Instead of calling for medical assistance, Ray saw an opportunity. He strangled Dorothy with his bare hands, then staged the scene to look like she'd died from complications related to her fall. The coroner ruled it death by natural causes, and Ray received commendations for his thorough investigation and compassionate handling of the family. The praise fed something dark inside him, and he began planning his next kill. Ray's position in law enforcement gave him unprecedented access to potential victims. He could run license plates to find women's addresses, access criminal databases to identify vulnerable individuals, and use his authority to gain entry to homes without suspicion. He began targeting women who lived alone, particularly those who had previously contacted police for help with domestic situations or break ins. His method was always the same. Ray would show up at a victim's home in uniform, claiming to follow up on a previous report or investigate a suspicious person in the neighborhood. Once inside, he would overpower his victim, sexually assault them, then kill them to eliminate witnesses. He'd then spend hours staging the crime scene to look like a burglary or random attack, using his knowledge of police procedure to misdirect the investigation. What made Ray particularly dangerous was his ability to insert himself into the investigations of his own crimes. He would volunteer to interview witnesses, collect evidence, and even comfort grieving families. This gave him insider knowledge of how close investigators were getting to the truth and allowed him to subtly steer investigations away from himself. Between 1994 and 2001, Ray Hoffman murdered 13 women across Riverside County. His victims ranged in age from 24 to 68, all women who had trusted him because of his badge and uniform. He selected them carefully, choosing victims whose deaths could plausibly be attributed to random crime or domestic violence. The psychological profile that eventually emerged painted a picture of a man who had turned his position as protector into the ultimate predatory advantage. Ray didn't just kill for sexual gratification, he killed for the power trip of betraying the trust that his badge represented. Each murder was a violation not just of his victims, but of the entire concept of law enforcement. His downfall came through the very technology he thought he understood. Ray had been careful to avoid leaving physical evidence at crime scenes, but he hadn't counted on advances in DNA analysis. When investigators began re-examining cold cases in 2001, they found trace DNA evidence at several crime scenes that pointed to the same perpetrator. The DNA database search that eventually identified Ray came as a shock to everyone who knew him. Here was a decorated police officer, a man who had been investigating some of the very crimes he'd committed, revealed as one of the most prolific serial killers in the county's history. His arrest sent shockwaves through the law enforcement community and raised serious questions about background checks and psychological screening for police officers. During his interrogation, Ray showed the same analytical skills that had made him a good investigator, providing detailed confessions for each of his crimes. He seemed almost relieved to finally be caught, as if the burden of maintaining his double life had become too much to bear. He expressed no remorse for his victims, viewing them simply as opportunities he'd exploited. Raymond Hoffman was convicted of 13 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His case led to significant changes in how police departments screen applicants and monitor officers' behavior. He remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison, where he spends most of his time in protective custody, hated by both guards and inmates for his betrayal of the badge. But while Ray Hoffman was using his police authority to hunt victims, another predator was discovering that the world of social services provided even better access to vulnerable people. Child protective services, homeless shelters, drug rehabilitation programs. These were environments where people's defenses were already down, where trust was a matter of survival. Margaret Rose Sinclair had worked in social services for 15 years when she committed her first murder. To her colleagues at the Davidson County Department of Human Services, Maggie was a saint. She worked with the most difficult cases, took on the largest caseloads, and seemed genuinely committed to helping society's most vulnerable members. Families trusted her, children confided in her, and supervisors relied on her expertise in dealing with crisis situations. What none of them realized was that Maggie had developed a God complex that went far beyond normal professional boundaries. She had begun to see herself as the ultimate arbiter of who deserved help and who deserved punishment. In her twisted worldview, some people were simply too damaged, too worthless to continue living. Maggie was born in 1959 in Nashville, Tennessee, the daughter of a social worker and a minister. She'd grown up immersed in discussions about social justice, human welfare, and the responsibility to help those less fortunate. But somewhere along the way, her desire to help had transformed into a need to control, to play God with the lives of people who had no choice but to trust her. Her first victim was a homeless woman named Sandra Reese, who had been cycling through the system for years with chronic mental illness and drug addiction. Maggie had grown frustrated with Sandra's repeated failures in treatment programs, her inability to maintain stable housing, her constant drain on limited resources. During what was supposed to be a routine check-in meeting, Maggie offered Sandra a drink laced with a lethal combination of prescription medications she'd stolen from various clients. Sandra's death was attributed to an accidental overdose, just another tragedy in a life filled with them. Maggie attended the funeral, comforted Sandra's estranged family, and even organized a memorial service through the department. The praise she received for her compassion fed something dark inside her, and she began identifying other clients who, in her opinion, would be better off dead. Mag's supply of vulnerable victims. Drug addicts struggling G's position gave her access to an endless with sobriety, elderly clients with no family support, mentally ill individuals who couldn't advocate for themselves, children in foster care who had already been failed by every system designed to protect them. She began viewing her caseload not as people to help, but as problems to solve permanently. Her methods were always subtle, designed to look like natural consequences of the difficult lives her victims led. Drug overdoses for addicts, medication errors for elderly clients, accidents for children who wouldn't be missed. Maggie had studied each victim's medical history, psychological profile, and social connections, crafting death scenarios that would raise no suspicions. What made Maggie particularly insidious was her ability to manipulate the grief of survivors. She would comfort grieving families, help them understand that their loved one was in a better place now, and even assist with funeral arrangements. Her compassionate response to each death reinforced her reputation as someone who truly cared about her clients. The psychological aspect of Maggie's crimes revealed a woman who had convinced herself that murder was a form of mercy. She genuinely believed she was ending suffering, removing burdens from society, performing a service that others were too weak to provide. Each death reinforced her sense of righteousness, her belief that she was making difficult but necessary decisions. Between 1987 and 2002, Margaret Sinclair murdered at least 23 people, though the true number may be much higher. Her victims were among society's most forgotten members, people whose deaths were easily explained away, whose losses were mourned by few. She had turned the social safety net into a hunting ground, exploiting the very system designed to protect vulnerable people. The investigation that eventually exposed Maggie began when a young social worker named David Chen noticed an unusual pattern in client deaths. Over the course of 15 years, people assigned to Maggie's caseload died at a rate significantly higher than those served by other workers. When he brought his concerns to supervisors, he was told that Maggie simply worked with the most difficult cases, that higher mortality rates were to be expected, but Chen persisted, secretly compiling statistics that showed the disparity was too large to be explained by case difficulty alone. He documented every death, every suspicious circumstance, every instance where Maggie had been the last person to see a victim alive. Armed with this evidence, he went to law enforcement and demanded an investigation. The arrest of Margaret Sinclair in 2002 sent shockwaves through the social services community. Here was a woman who had been trusted with the welfare of society's most vulnerable members, who had used that trust to identify and murder people who couldn't protect themselves. The investigation revealed that several suspicious deaths had been noted over the years, but dismissed as unfortunate consequences of difficult lives. Maggie was convicted of 8 counts of first-degree murder, though prosecutors suspected she was responsible for many more deaths. She was sentenced to life in prison without parole. During her trial, she maintained that she had been providing mercy to people who were suffering, that she had made the difficult decisions others were too cowardly to make. She remains incarcerated at Tennessee Prison for Women, where she continues to write letters to social work journals, arguing for what she calls compassionate euthanasia for society's unwanted members. The case of Margaret Sinclair led to significant reforms in how social services agencies monitor client welfare and investigate unusual death patterns. But it also raised disturbing questions about how predators can hide within helping professions, using society's trust as a weapon against those who need protection most. But perhaps no predator understood the art of invisibility better than Charles Edmund Rowe. For 18 years, he worked as a mail carrier in suburban Detroit, walking the same routes, greeting the same neighbors, becoming as much a part of the landscape as the mailboxes themselves. What residents of Maple Grove didn't know was that Charlie wasn't just delivering mail, he was conducting surveillance. Charles was born in 1954 in Flint, Michigan, to parents who worked double shifts at the General Motors plant. He was a quiet child, unremarkable in every way except for one disturbing trait. He collected things that belonged to other people: hair from barbershop floors, discarded photographs, items left behind at bus stops. By his teens, this collection had evolved into something more sinister: personal belongings stolen from homes he'd visited as a newspaper delivery boy. His postal service job was the perfect cover. Every day, Charlie had legitimate access to hundreds of homes, learning residents' schedules, observing their habits, identifying vulnerabilities. He knew who lived alone, who traveled frequently, who had medical conditions that required regular prescription deliveries. More importantly, he knew exactly when each house would be empty. But Charlie wasn't interested in burglary. He was hunting for something far more valuable: women who fit his specific psychological profile, Divorced women between 35 and 50, living alone with teenage children, struggling financially. These women represented everything Charlie believed was wrong with modern society: independence, self sufficiency, the audacity to live without male protection. His first victim was Janet Morrison, a 42-year-old nurse who had recently divorced her abusive husband. Charlie had been delivering mail to her house for 3 years, watching her rebuild her life, despising her strength. On a rainy Tuesday in October 1989, he used his master key to enter her home while she was at work. When Janet returned that evening, Charlie was waiting in her bedroom closet. What happened next revealed the true depth of Charlie's pathology. He didn't kill Janet immediately. Instead, he held her captive for 3 days, forcing her to write letters to her family explaining that she was taking a spontaneous vacation. He made her call in sick to work, cancel appointments, create the illusion that she had simply decided to disappear for a while. During those 3 days, Charlie subjected Janet to psychological torture that was in many ways worse than physical violence. He forced her to admit that she was a bad mother, a failed wife, a burden to society. He made her write detailed confessions of every mistake she'd ever made, every moment of weakness, every failure as a human being. Only after she had been completely broken psychologically did he finally strangle her with her own bathrobe belt. The disposal was as methodical as the murder. Charlie used his postal truck to transport Janet's body to a remote area outside the city, burying her in a pre-dug grave he had prepared weeks earlier. He then spent several days delivering her vacation letters to family members, maintaining the illusion that she was alive and well somewhere else. Charlie's method was so effective that it took 6 months for anyone to realize Janet Morrison was actually missing. By then, any physical evidence had long since been destroyed by weather and decomposition. The case was eventually classified as a voluntary disappearance, exactly what Charlie had intended. Over the next decade, 7 more women vanished from Charlie's mail route. Each disappearance followed the same pattern: a woman living alone, recent life changes, mysterious letters explaining their sudden departure. The Postal Service had unknowingly provided Charlie with the perfect cover for serial murder. What made Charlie particularly dangerous was his understanding of bureaucracy and routine. He knew that missing persons cases involving adults were often given low priority, especially when there was evidence suggesting voluntary departure. He exploited the system's weaknesses, using official procedures and social expectations as weapons against his victims. The investigation that finally exposed Charlie began in 1997 when Detective Sarah Williams noticed an unusual cluster of missing women in the same postal district. All had disappeared under similar circumstances, all had sent goodbye letters to family members, and all had been delivered mail by the same carrier. When Williams began digging deeper, she discovered that Charlie had requested specific route assignments that gave him access to single women's homes. Charles Rowe was arrested at his home in November 1997. In his basement, investigators found a horrifying shrine dedicated to his victims: photographs, personal items, and detailed journals documenting their final days. He had kept trophies from each woman, turning their terror into souvenirs of his power. During his confession, Charlie showed no remorse for his crimes. He viewed his victims as problems he had solved, women who had been living incorrectly and needed to be corrected. He was convicted of 8 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He was executed by lethal injection in 2003, taking with him the locations of several bodies that were never recovered. The case of Charles Rowe led to significant changes in Postal Service security protocols and background check procedures, but it also highlighted how predators could use the most trusted institutions in society, the mail service, hospitals, schools, as hunting grounds for their twisted desires. While Charlie Rowe was using his postal route as a hunting ground, another killer was discovering that the world of online dating provided unprecedented access to victims. This was the dawn of the internet age, and Kevin Michael Torres was among the first to recognize the potential for cyber-enabled murder. Kevin was born in 1971 in Phoenix, Arizona, and by all accounts had a normal childhood. He was athletic, popular in school, and seemed destined for success. But beneath the surface, Kevin harbored a deep resentment toward women that would eventually explode into violence. His first serious relationship had ended badly when his girlfriend left him for someone else, and that rejection planted seeds of hatred that grew stronger with each passing year. By the late 1990s, Kevin had discovered online chat rooms and early dating websites. To him, these platforms were like a catalog of potential victims. Women advertising their vulnerabilities, sharing personal information, arranging to meet strangers in private locations. He created multiple fake profiles, each designed to appeal to different types of women. His method was sophisticated for the time. Kevin would spend weeks building relationships with potential victims through email and chat conversations. He presented himself as a successful businessman, a widower looking for companionship, a man who understood their struggles and appreciated their independence. He was patient, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in their lives. When Kevin finally arranged to meet his victims, it was always on his terms. He would suggest romantic locations, secluded hiking trails, private beaches, cabins in the mountains, places where no one would hear screams, where bodies could be hidden for months or years. His victims trusted him completely by this point, viewing him as a potential soulmate rather than a predator. The murders themselves were acts of pure rage. Kevin would attack his victims with whatever was available: rocks, branches, his bare hands. But what made him truly terrifying was what happened after. He would return to his computer and continue the online relationships with his victims' identities, sending messages to friends and family explaining sudden life changes or decisions to move away. Between 1998 and 2004, Kevin Torres murdered at least 11 women he had met through online dating platforms. His victims ranged in age from 25 to 53, all women looking for love who instead found death. He had turned the promise of human connection into a weapon, exploiting women's desire for companionship as a path to their destruction. His downfall came through the very technology he had used to hunt. Law enforcement had begun monitoring internet communications more closely after 9/11, and patterns in Kevin's online activity eventually raised red flags. When investigators traced IP addresses and chat logs, they discovered that one man had been in contact with multiple missing women before their disappearances. Kevin Torres was arrested in 2004 at his Phoenix apartment. On his computer, investigators found thousands of saved conversations with potential victims, detailed plans for future murders, and photographs taken at remote locations where bodies had been dumped. He had documented his crimes with the same obsessive detail that characterized his victim selection process. During his trial, Kevin showed no remorse for his actions. He viewed his victims as commodities he had purchased through false promises, women who had gotten exactly what they deserved for being naive enough to trust a stranger from the internet. He was convicted of 11 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. Kevin Torres was executed in 2012, but his case had already changed how law enforcement approached online predators. His crimes marked the beginning of a new era in serial killing, one where technology could be used to identify, stalk, and murder victims with unprecedented efficiency. But while Kevin Torres was pioneering cyber-enabled murder, another killer was taking a completely different approach to invisibility. Dr. Patricia Kellerman had discovered that the world of alternative medicine provided perfect cover for systematic poisoning. Patricia wasn't a real doctor, but she played one convincingly enough to fool hundreds of patients over a 15-year period. Born in 1963 in Portland, Oregon, she had dropped out of nursing school after 2 semesters, but somehow managed to establish herself as a naturopathic healer specializing in terminal illnesses. Her clinic, Harmony Wellness Center, attracted desperate patients who had exhausted traditional medical options. What these patients didn't know was that Patricia viewed terminal illness not as something to cure, but as an opportunity to accelerate the inevitable. She had convinced herself that she was providing a mercy service, ending suffering that would only get worse over time. In her twisted mind, murder was simply aggressive palliative care. Patricia's method was elegantly simple. She would prepare herbal remedies laced with concentrated plant toxins, ricin from castor beans, cyanide from bitter almonds, digitalis from foxglove. These substances occurred naturally in many plants, making detection nearly impossible without sophisticated testing. Her victims would die at home, surrounded by family, their deaths attributed to the progression of their existing illnesses. The psychological aspect of Patricia's crimes was perhaps the most disturbing element. She genuinely believed she was performing acts of compassion, ending lives that had become burdens to both the patients and their families. She would comfort grieving relatives, attend funerals, and even provide ongoing support to survivors. Her reputation as a caring healer was built on the graves of people she had murdered. Between 1987 and 2002, Patricia Kellerman killed at least 37 patients, though the true number may be much higher. Her victims were people who had turned to alternative medicine as a last hope, individuals whose deaths were expected and therefore unlikely to trigger suspicion. She had turned hope itself into a weapon. The investigation that exposed Patricia began when a suspicious medical examiner noticed an unusual cluster of deaths among patients who had visited the same naturopathic clinic. When toxicology tests were finally performed on several bodies, they revealed lethal concentrations of plant-based poisons that couldn't be explained by natural causes. Patricia Kellerman was arrested in 2002 and charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder. During her trial, she maintained that she had been providing compassionate care to suffering individuals. She showed no understanding that what she had done was wrong, viewing herself as a misunderstood healer rather than a serial killer. She was convicted on 15 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Patricia remains incarcerated at Coffee Creek Correctional Facility in Oregon, where she continues to write letters to alternative medicine journals promoting what she calls transitional therapy for terminal patients. But perhaps the most chilling killer in our collection understood something that the others had missed: the power of time itself as a weapon. Robert Allen Fitzgerald had discovered that if you were patient enough, methodical enough, you could stretch a killing spree across decades, making it virtually impossible to detect any pattern. Robert was born in 1949 in rural Kansas, the son of a wheat farmer who taught him that good things came to those who waited. That lesson would take on a horrifying meaning as Robert applied it to murder. He committed his first killing in 1973 at the age of 24, then didn't kill again for 7 years. His second murder came in 1980, followed by a 6-year gap. The third was in 1986, then 4 years later, in 1990. This wasn't random timing, it was calculated strategy. Robert had studied law enforcement patterns and realized that investigations lose momentum over time. Evidence degrades, witnesses forget details, investigators move on to newer cases. By spacing his murders years apart and constantly changing his methods and victim types, he made it impossible for anyone to recognize that the deaths were connected. His victims seemed to have nothing in common except bad luck. A hitchhiker in Colorado, a waitress in Nebraska, a businessman in Iowa, a college student in Missouri. Different states, different demographics, different causes of death. Robert would sometimes use poison, sometimes violence, sometimes staging elaborate accidents. The only constant was his patience. Between 1973 and 2019, Robert Fitzgerald murdered 21 people across 12 states over a 46-year period. He had perfected the art of the long game, turning serial murder into a decades-long chess match against law enforcement. His crimes spanned generations of investigators, outlasting careers and institutional memory. His capture came only through advances in DNA technology and federal databases that hadn't existed when he began killing. In 2020, genetic genealogy finally connected evidence from multiple crime scenes to a single perpetrator. Robert was 71 years old when he was arrested, having spent nearly half a century getting away with murder. During his interrogation, Robert displayed an almost academic pride in his methodology. He had kept detailed records of each killing, not as trophies, but as data points in his ongoing study of law enforcement capabilities. He viewed his crimes as a form of research, testing how long he could operate undetected if he was careful enough and patient enough. Robert Fitzgerald was convicted of 14 murders in 2021 and sentenced to death. He remains state's penitentiary and on death row at the Unit Terre Haute, Indiana, where he spends his time writing what he calls his memoirs, a detailed guide to evading detection that will never see publication. These killers, Douglas Clark, Marcus Webb, Vincent Marsh, Gary Ridgway, Joel Rifkin, Thomas Barrett, Martin Vale, Raymond Hoffman, Margaret Sinclair, Charles Rowe, Kevin Torres, Patricia Kellerman, and Robert Fitzgerald, represent something more terrifying than individual evil. They represent systematic predation, the weaponization of trust, the corruption of institutions designed to protect and serve. What makes their stories so chilling isn't just the body counts or the methods of murder. It's the realization that they operated in plain sight, hidden behind badges and stethoscopes, uniforms, and smiles. They turned our most basic assumptions about safety and trust into vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those who understood how to manipulate the systems we depend on. These predators didn't just kill bodies, they murdered the very idea that we can recognize evil when we see it. They proved that monsters don't always look like monsters, that the most dangerous never question, never fear. Their victims were not random statistics, but real people with namestaters are often the ones we never suspect, and nurses, mothers and fathers, children and grandparents, dreams, families, and futures their darkness behind masks of normalcy. Teachers that were stolen by individuals who had learned to hide, all reduced to entries in case files by predators who had mastered the art of invisibility. The most disturbing truth about these killers is that they represent only the ones who were eventually caught. How many others are still out there, still hunting, still hiding behind the facades of respectability? How many more victims will disappear before we learn to see through the masks that evil wears? In examining these cases, we're forced uncomfortable reality. The monsters to confront and we should fear most are not the obvious ones. They're not the strangers lurking in dark alleys or the clearly disturbed individuals who set off our alarm bells. The most dangerous predators are the ones who have learned to weaponize our trust, to turn our faith in institutions and authority figures into tools for their own twisted purposes. The postal worker who knows when you're not home, the doctor who has access to your most vulnerable moments, the police officer who can gain entry to your house without question, the social worker who controls access to services you desperately need. These are the people we trust vulnerable to those who would exploit it, implicitly, and that trust makes us. The legacy of these predators extends far beyond their individual crimes, creating ripples of paranoia and mistrust that continue to spread through communities decades after their arrests. But perhaps more disturbing than the killers we've examined are the ones who refined their methods even further, learning from the mistakes of those who came before them. In the quiet college town of Missoula, Montana, Dr. Harold Eugene Westbrook spent 14 years working as a university counselor, a position that gave him unprecedented access to vulnerable young minds. Students came to him with depression, anxiety, eating disorders, family trauma, all the psychological wounds that make a person desperate for understanding and help. What they found instead was a predator who had turned the therapeutic relationship into a hunting ground. Harold wasn't content with simple murder. He had developed what he called therapeutic termination, a process where he would systematically destroy a patient's will to live before finally pushing them over the edge. His method was insidious, taking months or sometimes years to complete. He would identify students who were already struggling, then gradually convince them that their problems were insurmountable, that their families would be better off without them, that suicide was the only rational solution. The beauty of Harold's approach, from his twisted perspective, was that his victims killed themselves. He never laid a hand on them, never administered poison or pulled a trigger. Instead, he weaponized their own despair, turning their sessions into carefully orchestrated psychological demolitions. When students under his care committed suicide, It appeared to be the tragic but understandable result of untreated mental illness. Between 1989 and 2003, 17 students at the University of Montana took their own lives after receiving counseling from Dr. Westbrook. The suicide rate among his patients was nearly 4 times higher than the national average, but administrators attributed this to the severity of cases he was willing to handle. Harold had cultivated a reputation as someone who would take on the most difficult patients, the ones other counselors wouldn't touch. His technique was masterful in its subtlety. Harold would begin each relationship by establishing trust, appearing to be the one person who truly understood his patient's pain. Then gradually, he would begin planting seeds of hopelessness. He would reframe every small victory as temporary, every sign of progress as an illusion. He convinced his victims that their depression was permanent, their irreversible, the psychological manipulation, anxiety incurable, their trauma went deeper than simple discouragement. Harold would systematically isolate his patients from support systems, convincing them that friends and family were only pretending to care, that they were burdens everyone was too polite to acknowledge. He would prescribe increasingly dangerous combinations of medications, telling students that the side effects, confusion, despair, suicidal ideation, were actually their true feelings, breaking through the artificial barrier of antidepressants. What made Harold particularly dangerous was his understanding of the therapeutic process itself. He knew exactly how to document his sessions to make his treatment appear appropriate, even exemplary. His case notes showed a caring professional struggling to help deeply disturbed individuals. When students died by suicide, Harold would write eloquent reports about the challenges of treating severe mental illness, the limitations of current therapeutic techniques, the tragic reality that some people simply couldn't be saved. His downfall came not through investigative brilliance, but through a single moment of carelessness. In 2003, a graduate student named Jennifer Mills was transcribing therapy session recordings for her research when she noticed something disturbing in one of Harold's sessions. The recording captured him telling a suicidal student, "Sometimes, the bravest thing a thereto broken person can do is admit this to the attention of the psychology to be fixed." When Jennifer brought out of context. But Jennifer persisted, obtaining recordings department. They initially dismissed it as taken of other sessions through Freedom of Information requests. What emerged was a pattern of a counselor who seemed more interested in confirming his patients' worst fears than challenging them. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of Harold's psychological murder spree, a methodical campaign to convince vulnerable young people that death was preferable to life. Harold Westbrook was stripped of his license and charged with 17 counts of reckless endangerment resulting in death. During his trial, he maintained that he had been practicing honest therapy, that he had simply been willing to acknowledge uncomfortable truths that other counselors avoided. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, where he continues to insist that he was helping his patients find peace through acceptance of their limitations. But while Harold Westbrook was perfecting psychological murder, another predator was discovering that the world of emergency services provided even better cover for systematic killing. Paramedic Angela Marie Dutton had been saving lives for 12 years when she decided that some lives weren't worth saving at all. Angela worked the night shift for Denver Emergency Medical Services, responding to calls in the city's most dangerous neighborhoods. She had seen every form of human misery: overdoses, shootings, domestic violence, suicide attempts. Over time, she had developed what she called a triage mentality that extended far beyond medical emergencies. In her mind, society was full of people who were draining resources, causing problems, making the world a worse place simply by existing. Her first intentional killing happened during what should have been a routine overdose call. The victim was Marcus Chen, a 34-year-old heroin addict who had been in and out of emergency rooms for years. As Angela administered what appeared to be life-saving medication, she was actually injecting him with a lethal dose of potassium chloride. Marcus died en route to the hospital, another casualty of the opioid epidemic. The method was nearly perfect. Angela had legitimate access to controlled substances. Her presence at death scenes was expected, and her actions were rarely questioned by other emergency responders who trusted her experience and judgment. When patients died in her care, it was attributed to the severity of their conditions or the unfortunate reality that not everyone could be saved. Over the next 8 years, Angela systematically murdered 41 people during emergency calls. Her victims included drug addicts, homeless individuals, domestic violence perpetrators, and anyone else she deemed unworthy of the resources required to keep them alive. She had appointed herself judge, jury, and executioner, using her position as a first responder to eliminate people she believed were better off dead. Angela's victim selection revealed a twisted form of social Darwinism. She targeted individuals whose deaths would be easily explained and rarely mourned. Overdose victims who had been revived multiple times, elderly patients with no family, mentally ill individuals who were frequent callers to emergency services. She convinced herself that she was performing a public service, removing burdens from a system that was already overwhelmed. The investigation that eventually exposed Angela began when a sharp-eyed emergency room physician noticed an unusual pattern in deaths among patients transported by specific ambulance crews. Dr. Sarah Rodriguez had been tracking patient outcomes as part of a quality improvement initiative when she discovered that mortality rates were significantly higher when Angela Dutton was the attending paramedic. When Dr. Rodriguez brought her concerns to EMS administration, she was initially dismissed as someone who didn't understand the realities of pre-hospital care. But the statistics were undeniable. Patients were 3 times more likely to die when Angela was involved in their transport. Armed with this data, Dr. Rodriguez went to law enforcement and demanded an investigation. The arrest of Angela Dutton in the Zelicon community. Here was someone who had taken 19, sent shockwaves through the emergency medical and oath to do no harm, who had been trusted with the most vulnerable members of society, revealed as one of the most prolific killers in the city's history. The investigation uncovered a pattern of deliberate medical murder that had been hidden behind the chaos and tragedy of emergency medicine. Angela was convicted of 23 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. During her trial, she showed no remorse for her actions, maintaining that she had been making difficult decisions that others were too weak to make. She argued that her victims had been drains on society, that their deaths had freed up resources for more deserving cases. Her case led to significant changes in how emergency medical services monitor patient outcomes and investigate unusual death patterns. But it also highlighted how predators could exploit the trust inherent in helping professions, turning the very systems designed to preserve life into weapons for taking it. But if Angela Dutton represented the corruption of medical care, the next killer on our list had discovered something even more insidious. Father Michael Patrick O'Sullivan had turned the confessional booth into a hunting blind, using the sacred trust between priest and parishioner to identify and eliminate what he saw as irredeemable sinners. Father O'Sullivan had served the Catholic community of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, for 18 years when he began his campaign of moral purification. To his congregation, he was a beloved spiritual leader who took confession seriously, Husimilak. What they didn't realize was that Father O'Sullivan had developed genuinely concerned about the moral welfare of his FD, his own interpretation of divine justice, one that required permanent solutions to persistent sin. His method was elegantly simple and completely undetectable. During confession, Father O'Sullivan would identify parishioners whose sins, in his judgment, demonstrated irredeemable moral corruption. Adulterers, thieves, those who had committed acts of violence or sexual impropriety. Instead of offering absolution and guidance toward redemption, he began planning their elimination. The murders themselves were always made to look like accidents or natural causes. A diabetic parishioner who confessed to embezzling from his employer died from what appeared to be an insulin overdose. A woman who admitted to having an affair was found dead in her bathtub, apparently having slipped and drowned. A man who confessed to sexually abusing his stepdaughter died in a house fire that investigators attributed to faulty wiring. Between 1995 and 2013, Father O'Sullivan murdered 19 members of his congregation, each death carefully planned and flawlessly executed. His victims were people who had trusted him with their deepest secrets, who had sought spiritual guidance and instead found death. He had turned the sacrament of confession into a death sentence, using the sacred seal of the confessional to identify targets and plan their elimination. What made Father O'Sullivan particularly dangerous was his genuine belief that he was doing God's work. He viewed himself not as a murderer, but as an instrument of divine justice, eliminating sinners who had proven themselves incapable of true repentance. In his twisted theology, he was saving souls by ending lives before they could commit additional sins. The psychological aspect of his crimes revealed a man who had convinced himself that murder was a form of mercy. He would often attend the funerals of his victims, delivering eloquent eulogies about the mysterious ways of God, the importance of living a righteous life, the comfort that came from knowing the deceased was now at peace. His congregation found his words deeply moving, never suspecting that their priest was speaking from personal knowledge of how his victims had died. His downfall came through the one thing he hadn't counted on: modern surveillance technology. In 2013, a suspicious insurance investigator, reviewing an unusual cluster of accidental deaths in Cedar Rapids, noticed that all the victims had been members of the same parish. When security cameras from various locations were reviewed, they showed Father O'Sullivan near each victim's home or workplace in the days before their deaths. The arrest of Father Michael O'Sullivan devastated the Catholic community in Cedar Rapids and sent shockwaves through the broader religious community. Here was a man who had been entrusted with the spiritual welfare of hundreds of people who had used that trust to identify and murder those he deemed unworthy of salvation. The investigation revealed a pattern of theological murder that challenged fundamental assumptions about religious authority and moral guidance. Father O'Sullivan was defrocked by the Catholic Church and convicted of 14 counts of first-degree murder. He maintained throughout his trial that he had been following a higher calling, that his actions were guided by divine revelation. He was sentenced to death and remains on death row at Iowa State Penitentiary, where he continues to insist that he was performing acts of religious purification. But while Father O'Sullivan was turning the confessional into a murder weapon, another predator was discovering that the world of home health care provided unprecedented access to vulnerable victims. Nurse Patricia May Coleman had been caring for elderly patients in their homes for over a decade when she decided that some of her charges would be better off joining their deceased spouses in whatever came after. Patricia worked for Golden Years Home Care, a service that provided medical assistance to elderly individuals who wanted to remain in their own homes rather than move to nursing facilities. Her patients loved her, families trusted her, and doctors relied on her reports about their conditions. What none of them realized was that Patricia had developed her own criteria for determining when someone had lived long enough. Her victims were always elderly, isolated, and suffering from conditions that made sudden death plausible. A heart attack for someone with cardiac issues, a stroke for a patient with high blood pressure, respiratory failure for someone with chronic lung disease. Patricia had studied each patient's medical history carefully, crafting death scenarios that would raise no suspicions from family members or medical examiners. The method was always the same. Patricia would arrive for a routine visit, administer what appeared to be prescribed medication, then wait for the inevitable result. She used a variety of substances, concentrated insulin, potassium chloride, air injected into IV lines, all methods that mimicked natural causes of death in elderly patients with complex medical conditions. Between 2001 and 2018, Patricia Coleman murdered 37 elderly patients under her care. Her victims ranged in age from 72 to 96, all people who had trusted her with their most vulnerable moments. She had turned the promise of aging with dignity into a death sentence, using her position as caregiver to eliminate people she believed had outlived their usefulness. What made Patricia particularly insidious was her ability to comfort grieving families after murdering their loved ones. She would attend funerals, send condolence cards, and even maintain relationships with survivors for months or years after the deaths. Her compassionate response to each death reinforced her reputation as someone who genuinely cared about her patients. The investigation that exposed Patricia began when a suspicious medical examiner noticed an unusual pattern in deaths among patients served by the same home care agency. Dr. Jennifer Walsh had been reviewing death certificates as part of a routine audit when she discovered that patients under Patricia's care died at a rate significantly higher than those served by other nurses. When Dr. Walsh brought her concerns to the home care agency, she was told that Patricia simply worked with the most critically ill patients, that higher mortality rates were to be expected. But the statistics were 2 times more likely to die when Patricia was stark to ignore. Patients were for their primary caregiver. The arrest of Patricia Coleman in 2018 shocked the community and raised serious questions about oversight in home health care services. Here was someone who had been welcomed into families' most intimate moments, who had used that access to systematically murder vulnerable elderly patients. The investigation revealed a pattern of medical murder that had been hidden behind the natural expectation that very old people sometimes die suddenly. Patricia was convicted of 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. During her trial, she maintained that she had been providing mercy to people who were suffering, that she had made the difficult decisions their families were too emotional to make. She remains incarcerated at York Correctional Institution, where she continues to receive letters from families thanking her for the care she provided to their loved ones, unaware that she was responsible for their deaths. Her case led to significant reforms in how home health care agencies monitor patient outcomes and investigate unusual death patterns. But it also highlighted a disturbing truth about how society's most vulnerable members, the elderly, the sick, the isolated, remain at risk from predators who understand how to exploit their dependence on others for care and survival. The stories of these hidden predators reveal something more disturbing than individual evil. They expose the systematic ways that trust can be weaponized, how the very institutions we depend on for safety and care can become hunting grounds for those who understand how to manipulate our most basic assumptions about human nature. Each of these killers succeeded not because they were particularly clever or skilled, but because they understood something fundamental about how society works. We trust doctors to heal us, priests to guide us, nurses to care for us, paramedics to save us. That trust creates vulnerabilities that can be exploited by those who have learned to hide their predatory nature behind masks of respectability and service. The most chilling aspect of these cases isn't the body counts or the methods of murder. It's the realization that these predators operated for years or even decades without detection. They attended church services and community meetings, participated in charity events and professional conferences, lived lives that appeared not just normal, but exemplary. They were the people we would turn to in times of crisis, the ones we would never suspect of harboring dark intentions. Their victims weren't random targets, but people who had made themselves vulnerable by seeking help, by trusting in systems designed to protect and serve them. Students looking for psychological healing, patients needing medical care, elderly individuals requiring assistance with daily living, all found death instead of the help they desperately needed. These cases force us to confront an uncomfortable truth about the nature of evil in modern society. The greatest dangers don't always come from obvious threats. The stranger with a weapon, the clearly disturbed individual making threats. Instead, they come from those who have learned to weaponize our trust, to turn our faith in institutions and authority figures into tools for their own twisted purposes. The legacy of these hidden predators extends far beyond their individual crimes. They have fundamentally altered how we think about safety and trust. forcing us to question whether the people we depend on most might be the very ones we should fear. In a world where monsters wear stethoscopes and carry badges, where evil hides behind clerical collars and caring smiles, the most basic assumptions about human nature become suspect. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the knowledge that these cases represent only the predators who were eventually caught. How many others remain hidden, still hunting, still using their positions of trust and authority to identify and eliminate victims? How many more people will die before we learn to see through the masks that evil wears so skillfully? The answer to that question remains written in the shadows, waiting to be discovered in the next investigation, the next suspicious pattern, the next moment when someone finally asks the right questions about the wrong person. Until then, these hidden predators continue to move among us, protected by our trust and enabled by our inability to believe that evil can look so much like good. The quiet suburb of Westfield, New Jersey, seemed like the last place you'd expect to find a monster. Tree-lined streets, manicured lawns, families who'd lived there for generations. It was the American dream made manifest. But in 1987, that dream became a nightmare when police discovered what had been happening inside the basement of 412 Maple Street. Richard Allen Morrison had been the neighborhood's most trusted handyman for over 15 years. He fixed leaky faucets, painted fences, cleaned gutters, the kind of reliable guy every community needs. Neighbors would leave their house keys under flower pots, trusting Rick completely with access to their most private spaces. What they didn't know was that Rick had been using those keys for something far more sinister than home repairs. It started with small things: missing jewelry, cash that seemed to have disappeared, personal items that couldn't be found. Residents assumed they'd misplaced things or that teenagers were pulling pranks. But Rick was conducting reconnaissance, learning schedules, studying habits, identifying which homes contained the most vulnerable targets. His first victim was Martha Hendricks, a 78-year-old widow who lived alone on Elm Street. Rick had been doing odd jobs around her house for months, gaining her complete trust. Martha would make him coffee, show him family photos, treat him like the grandson she never had. On a cold Tuesday morning in February, while Martha was watering her plants in the sunroom, Rick struck her from behind with a wrench. But Rick didn't just kill Martha. He staged an elaborate burglary scene, stealing specific items he knew she kept hidden around the house. When police arrived, they found evidence of forced entry, ransacked rooms, and a tragic elderly woman who had apparently surprised an intruder. The case was filed as a home invasion gone wrong, exactly what Rick had intended. Over the next 3 years, 5 more elderly residents died during apparent burglaries in Westfield. Each crime scene told the same story: forced entry, stolen valuables, victims who had fought back and paid with their lives. Police increased patrols, residents installed better locks, but the killer remained invisible because he was hiding in plain sight. Rick's method was perfect in its simplicity. He would spend months building relationships with potential victims, learning their routines, earning their trust. He knew which windows stuck, which doors had faulty locks, where people hid their spare keys. When he finally struck, it looked like the work of an outsider, someone who had randomly selected these homes for robbery. The investigation that eventually exposed Rick began when Detective Maria Santos noticed something odd about the burglary patterns. In each case, the intruder had known exactly where to find hidden valuables, jewelry boxes tucked behind books, cash stashed in coffee cans, important documents stored in bedroom drawers. This wasn't random searching. This was inside knowledge. Santos began interviewing neighbors about who had access to the victims' homes. The same name kept appearing: Rick Morrison, the friendly handyman who'd worked for nearly everyone in the neighborhood. When police searched his basement workshop, they found a horrifying collection of trophies from his victims, along with detailed floor plans of dozens of homes throughout Westfield. Richard Morrison was arrested in November 1990 and charged with 6 counts of first-degree murder. During his interrogation, he showed no remorse for his crimes, viewing his victims simply as obstacles to theft who had gotten in his way. He was convicted and sentenced to death, executed by lethal injection in 1998. The Westfield community never fully recovered from the revelation that their most trusted neighbor had been systematically murdering their elderly residents. The case changed how people thought about home security, but more importantly, it shattered their faith in the idea that evil announces itself with obvious warning signs. But while Rick Morrison was terrorizing suburban New Jersey, another predator was operating with even more audacity on the other side of the country. David Parker Ray had turned the desert of New Mexico into his personal torture chamber, a place where screams were swallowed by endless sky and bodies disappeared into sand that stretched beyond the horizon. Ray wasn't content with quick kills or simple murders. He had constructed what he called his toy box, a soundproofed trailer equipped with medical equipment, recording devices, and instruments of torture that defied imagination. For over 40 years, Ray kidnapped women and brought them to this mobile chamber of horrors where he would spend physically. His victims were primarily days or weeks, breaking them down psychologically, and sex workers and transients, women whose disappearances wouldn't trigger massive investigations. Ray would cruise truck stops and red light districts, looking for women who were alone, desperate, vulnerable. He'd offer rides, promise money, seem like salvation to women who had nowhere else to turn. Once inside his trailer, victims found themselves in a nightmare that seemed designed by someone who had studied every form of human suffering. Ray would play audio recordings describing in detail what was going to happen to them, explaining that resistance was futile, that no one would ever find them. He turned psychological torture into an art form, breaking his victims' spirits before he ever laid a hand on them. The physical torture that followed was methodical, almost scientific in its approach. Ray kept detailed records of each victim's responses, documenting which techniques were most effective at inducing fear, pain, and compliance. He wasn't killing in passion or rage. He was conducting experiments in human suffering, using live subjects who had no hope of escape. Most of Ray's victims never left the toy box alive, but those who did were so traumatized they could barely function, let alone provide coherent testimony about their ordeal. Ray had perfected a system of psychological destruction that made his victims unreliable witnesses to their own torture. The investigation that eventually brought down David Parker Ray began in 1999 when a woman named Cynthia Vigil managed to escape from his trailer while he was away. She ran to police with stories so horrific that investigators initially had trouble believing them. But when they searched Ray's property, they found evidence of crimes that stretched back decades. Ray was arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping and torture. During his trial, the full scope of his crimes began to emerge. Investigators estimated he may have killed as many as 60 women over 4 decades of operation. He died in prison in 2002 before the true extent of his crimes could be fully determined. The case of David Parker Ray stands as one of the most disturbing examples of systematic torture in American criminal history. His toy box was destroyed after his conviction, but the desert around Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, still holds secrets that may never be uncovered. But while these real cases shocked the nation, there were other predators operating in shadows even deeper, killers whose names never made headlines because their methods were too perfect, their victims too carefully chosen. In the small college town of Millbrook, Connecticut, Professor Edmund Charles Blackwood had spent 12 years building a reputation as the most caring educator on campus. Students flocked to his psychology classes, drawn by his apparent empathy and genuine interest in their personal struggles. What they didn't realize was that Professor Blackwood was studying them not to help, but to identify which ones would make the perfect victims. Edmund had developed what he called his natural selection protocol, a system for identifying students who were isolated, depressed, or struggling with family relationships. These were young people who wouldn't be missed quickly, whose disappearances could be attributed to dropping out somewhere else. His method was elegantly simple: transferring schools or simply deciding to start fresh. Edmund would befriend struggling students, offering extra tutoring sessions, personal counseling, and what seemed like genuine mentorship. He'd invite them to his off-campus cabin for weekend study sessions, promising a peaceful environment where they could focus on their work without dormitory distractions. The cabin, nestled deep in the Connecticut woods, had been soundproofed and equipped with restraints hidden throughout what appeared to be a normal vacation retreat. Edmund would drug his victims food during their first evening, then spend the next several days conducting what he called behavioral modification experiments, psychological torture designed to break down their sense of identity and self-worth. Unlike killers who acted impulsively, Edmund approached murder like a research project. He kept detailed notes on each victim's psychological breakdown, documenting how long it took to destroy their will to live, which techniques were most effective at inducing despair. He viewed his crimes not as murders, but as contributions to psychological science. Between 1995 and 2007, Edmund Blackwood murdered 14 college students, each death carefully planned and perfectly executed. His victims' bodies were dissolved in acid baths he'd constructed in his basement, leaving no physical evidence of their existence. Their disappearances were attributed to typical college dropout patterns, and most weren't even reported as missing persons. The investigation that eventually exposed Edmund began when a suspicious parent hired a private investigator to find their missing daughter. The investigator, Sarah Chen, noticed that several missing students had all taken classes with the same psychology professor. When she dug deeper, she discovered that Edmund had been the last person to see multiple missing students alive. Chen's investigation revealed a pattern of predatory behavior that had been hidden behind Edmund's reputation as a caring educator. When police searched his cabin and basement laboratory, they found detailed journals documenting 12 years of systematic murder, along with video recordings of his victims' final moments. Edmund Blackwood was arrested in 2007 and charged with 14 counts of first-degree murder. During his trial, he maintained that his work had been scientific research into human psychological limits. He showed no remorse for his victims, viewing them as necessary subjects in his ongoing study of human nature. He was convicted and sentenced to death, remaining on death row at Northern Correctional Institution until his execution in 2019. His case led to significant changes in how colleges monitor faculty interactions with struggling students, but it also highlighted how predators could exploit the trust inherent in educational relationships. But while Edmund Blackwood was preying on college students, another killer had discovered that the world of social media provided unprecedented access to potential victims. Marcus Allen Torres wasn't hunting on dating sites or chat rooms. He was using professional networking platforms to identify and target successful women who lived alone. Marcus worked as a freelance IT consultant, a job that gave him legitimate reasons to visit clients' homes and offices. He specialized in setting up home security systems, a service that provided perfect cover for conducting surveillance and planning future crimes. His clients trusted him completely, viewing him as the technology expert who was making their homes safer. His victim selection process was methodical and patient. Marcus would spend months building professional relationships with potential targets through LinkedIn and other business networks. He focused on successful women in their 30s and 40s, lawyers, doctors, executives, people who lived alone and had valuable assets worth stealing. The setup was always the same. Marcus would offer to upgrade his victims' home security systems, claiming he'd discovered vulnerabilities in their current setup. During these service calls, he'd install hidden cameras and recording devices, giving him complete surveillance of their daily routines. He'd learn their schedules, their habits, their vulnerabilities. When Marcus finally struck, it wasn't for robbery, it was for the psychological thrill of destroying successful women who represented everything he resented about modern society. He would break into their homes during carefully planned windows when he knew they'd be alone, then spend hours torturing them before finally ending their lives. The murders were staged to look like home invasions, with valuable items stolen to support the robbery motive. But Marcus kept the most personal items as trophies: photographs, jewelry, clothing, anything that reminded him of his power over these accomplished women who had thought they were safe in their own homes. Between 2010 and 2018, Marcus Torres murdered 9 professional women across 3 states. His victims included a federal judge, 2 surgeons, a corporate CEO, and several prominent attorneys. Each woman had trusted him with their home security system, one he hadn't installed, capture never realizing they were inviting their killer inside. The investigation that eventually caught Marcus began when a victim footage of him leaving her home after her murder. When police traced the video back to Marcus, they discovered his connection to multiple victims through his consulting business. His arrest in 2018 revealed the full scope of his crimes and the sophisticated methods he'd used to identify and stalk his victims. Marcus had turned professional networking into a hunting ground, exploiting women's success and independence as vulnerabilities he could exploit. Marcus Torres was convicted of 9 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. His case highlighted new forms of cyber-enabled stalking and led to increased awareness about the risks of allowing service providers access to home security systems. But perhaps the most chilling predator in this collection was someone who understood that the best place to hide was within the very system designed to catch killers. Detective William Francis Carmichael had been with the Portland Police Bureau for 16 years when he began using his badge and knowledge of investigative procedures to commit the perfect murders. William wasn't driven by sexual sadism or financial gain. He killed because he enjoyed the intellectual challenge of committing crimes that would never be solved. Each murder was a puzzle he designed for his own colleagues, a test of their investigative abilities that he knew they would fail. His victims were carefully selected from active case files, witnesses in ongoing investigations, informants who had provided crucial testimony, people whose deaths would close cases rather than open new ones. William would identify individuals whose elimination would benefit certain criminal enterprises, then arrange their deaths to look like professional hits. The method was always different, always perfect. Sometimes it appeared to be gang violence, sometimes a drug deal gone wrong, sometimes a suicide staged with meticulous attention to detail. William knew exactly what evidence his colleagues would look for and how to provide just enough to support whatever narrative he wanted them to believe. What made William truly dangerous was his ability to influence the investigations of his own crimes. He would volunteer for the task forces hunting the killer, providing insights that seemed brilliant but actually misdirected the investigation. He'd suggest leads that went nowhere, propose theories that made sense but were completely false. Between 2005 and 2019, William Carmichael murdered 23 people, each death perfectly designed to look like something other than what it was. His victims included witnesses, informants, and even fellow police officers who had gotten too close to discovering patterns in cases he'd been manipulating. The investigation that finally exposed William began when FBI behavioral analysts noticed unusual patterns in unsolved cases from Portland. Too many witnesses were dying in ways that conveniently closed investigations. Too many informants were being eliminated just before major prosecutions. When federal investigators began looking at who had access to witness information in these cases, William's name appeared on every list. A deeper investigation revealed financial connections between William and several organized crime figures, payments that corresponded exactly with the timing of witness eliminations. William Carmichael was arrested in 2019 in a joint FBI internal affairs operation. His trial revealed the extent to which he had corrupted the investigative process, using his position to facilitate murders while appearing to solve them. He was convicted of multiple counts of murder and conspiracy, sentenced to death. His case led to significant reforms in how police departments handle sensitive witness information and monitor officer access to confidential files. But it also raised disturbing questions about how many other investigations might have been compromised by officers who had chosen to serve criminals rather than justice. These hidden predators represent something more terrifying than random violence. They represent the systematic corruption of trust, the weaponization of authority, the perversion of institutions designed to protect society's most vulnerable members. Each killer succeeded not through superior intelligence or criminal skill, but through their understanding of how to exploit the faith we place in professionals, educators, and authority figures. Their victims weren't chosen randomly, but were specifically selected because of their vulnerability, their isolation, or their inconvenience to someone's agenda. Students seeking guidance, patients needing care, witnesses providing testimony, all found death instead of the help or protection they desperately needed. The most disturbing aspect of these cases isn't the methods used or the body counts achieved. It's the realization that these predators operated for years without detection, protected by their professional reputations, and our unwillingness to believe that evil could hide behind such respectable facades. They attended professional conferences and community meetings, received awards and commendations, lived lives that appeared not just normal, but exemplary. They were the people we would recommend to friends, the ones we would trust with our most precious relationships and possessions. Their crimes force us to confront uncomfortable truths about modern society and the nature of trust itself. In a world where monsters carry stethoscopes and wear police badges, where evil hides behind teaching credentials and caring smiles, our most basic assumptions about safety and security become suspect. The legacy of these hidden predators extends far beyond their individual crimes, creating ripples of suspicion and paranoia that continue to spread through communities decades after their arrests. They have fundamentally altered how we think about professional relationships, forcing us to question whether the people we depend on most might be the very ones we should fear. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the knowledge that these cases represent only the predators who were eventually caught. In the mountains of Colorado, where hikers disappear with disturbing frequency and bodies are rarely recovered, another type of killer learned to use nature itself as an accomplice. Benjamin Clark Hutchinson worked as a wilderness guide for Rocky Mountain Adventures, a company that specialized in backcountry hiking and camping expeditions. For 12 years, Ben had been leading groups of tourists into some of the most remote and dangerous terrain in Colorado, places where a single wrong step could mean death, where getting lost meant never being found. Ben wasn't born a killer, but something changed during a solo expedition in 1998 when he encountered a lost hiker who had wandered off from another group. The man was dehydrated, panicked, completely dependent on Ben for survival. In that moment, Ben felt something he'd never experienced before: absolute power over another human being's life and death. Instead of leading the hiker to safety, Ben watched him die slowly from exposure, studying every stage of the process with scientific fascination. That first death wasn't planned, but it awakened something in Ben that would consume the next decade of his life. He began volunteering for search and rescue missions, not to save lives, but to study death. He learned to read the signs of hypothermia, altitude sickness, dehydration. He understood exactly how long someone could survive without water, without shelter, without hope. When Ben returned to guiding, he brought this knowledge with him. He would select one member from each group he led, usually someone traveling alone, someone whose absence wouldn't be immediately noticed. During the expedition, Ben would orchestrate accidents: a loose rock that caused a fatal fall, a wrong turn that led to a cliff, equipment that mysteriously failed at the worst possible moment. The wilderness was the perfect murder weapon because it left no evidence, required no cleanup, and provided built in explanations for every death. Mountain rescue teams would recover bodies weeks or months later if they found them at all. Each death was ruled accidental, another tragic reminder of how unforgiving nature could be to the unprepared. Between 1999 and 2011, Ben Hutchinson murdered 19 people during guided expeditions, each death carefully orchestrated to look like a hiking accident. His victims included solo travelers, elderly tourists, anyone who wouldn't be missed quickly enough to trigger immediate search efforts. He had turned Colorado's wilderness into his personal killing ground, using the mountains themselves as weapons. The investigation that eventually exposed Ben began when a suspicious insurance investigator noticed an unusual pattern in claims related to Rocky Mountain adventures. Dr. Patricia Wells had been reviewing accidental death policies when she discovered that Ben's expeditions had a fatality rate nearly 10 times higher than other wilderness guides. When Dr. Wells brought her concerns to law enforcement, they initially dismissed her findings as statistical coincidence. Mountain guiding was dangerous work, and experienced guides often took on more challenging routes that naturally carried higher risks. But the numbers were too stark to ignore. People died on Ben's expeditions with disturbing regularity. The investigation that followed revealed Ben's true nature when undercover officers posed as clients on one of his expeditions. They watched him attempt to orchestrate what appeared to be an accident, trying to cause a rock slide that would have killed the entire group. His arrest in the wilderness marked the end of one of the most geographically dispersed killing sprees in Colorado history. Benjamin Hutchinson was convicted of 11 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. During his trial, he showed no remorse for his victims, viewing them as weak individuals who had been naturally selected for elimination by their inability to survive in the wild. He remains incarcerated at Colora, writing detailed guides to state penitentiary, where he spends his time about wilderness survival that will never be published. But while Ben Hutchinson was using the mountains as his killing field, another predator was discovering that the world of private tutoring provided perfect access to vulnerable. Dr. Elena Vasquez had built children and desperate parents in Westchester County, helping a thriving educational consulting business and AFLU students improve their grades and test scores. Parents trusted Elena completely. She had a doctorate in educational psychology from Columbia, 20 years of experience in elite private schools, and a client list that read like a who's who of successful families. When wealthy parents found themselves with underperforming children, Elena was the miracle worker they called to fix the problem. But Elena harbored a dark secret that would have horrified her clients. She had developed what she called genetic cleansing protocols, a twisted belief system that convinced her certain children were intellectually inferior and would only drag down society if allowed to reach adulthood. In her mind, she wasn't murdering children. She was preventing future mediocrity. Her method was insidious in its subtlety. Elena would identify children who, despite expensive tutoring and educational intervention, continued to struggle academically. She would convince parents that their child needed intensive residential treatment, offering to take them to specialized facilities where they could receive round the clock educational therapy. The facilities didn't exist. Instead, Elena would drive her victims to remote locations where she had constructed what appeared to be a small school building. There, she would subject children to weeks of psychological torture disguised as educational assessment, documenting their failures while slowly poisoning them with substances that mimicked learning disabilities and cognitive decline. Elena kept detailed records of each child's deterioration, treating their deaths like failed experiments in a larger study of human intelligence. She would return to parents with fabricated reports about sudden medical emergencies, tragic accidents, or rare neurological conditions that had claimed their children's lives. Between 2003 and 2017, Elena Vasquez murdered 12 children ranging in age from 8 to 14. Her victims came from some of the most prominent families in Westchester County, children whose parents had trusted her with their most precious possessions. She had turned educational intervention into a death sentence, using parents' love for their children as a weapon against both. The investigation that exposed Elena began when a suspicious medical examiner noticed unusual toxicology results in several children who had died while receiving educational treatment. Dr. Michael Rodriguez had been reviewing cases involving sudden childhood deaths when he discovered that multiple victims had been treated by the same educational consultant. When Dr. Rodriguez brought his concerns to law enforcement, they initially struggled to believe that someone could murder children under the guise of helping them learn. But the pattern was undeniable. Children under Elena's care died at a rate that defied statistical probability, all from conditions that perfectly matched their supposed learning disabilities. Elena Vasquez was arrested in 2017 at her Westchester office while meeting with parents about their 7-year-old son's educational needs. In her files, investigators found detailed plans for the boy's elimination, along with psychological profiles of dozens of other potential victims. Her arrest prevented what could have been her 13th murder. She was convicted of 12 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. During her trial, Elena maintained that she had been performing a service to society by preventing intellectually inferior children from reproducing. She showed no understanding that her victims had been normal children whose only crime was struggling in school. But while Elena Vasquez was targeting children, another killer was discovering that the world of senior living facilities provided unlimited access to elderly victims whose deaths would rarely be questioned. Nurse Margaret Phillips had worked in assisted living facilities for 8 years when she began her campaign of what she called compassionate acceleration. Margaret worked the night shift at Sunset Manor, an upscale facility that catered to wealthy retirees who could afford premium care. Her patients loved her gentle manner and apparent dedication to their comfort. What they didn't realize was that Margaret had developed her own criteria for determining when someone had lived long enough. Her victims were always residents who complained frequently, demanded excessive attention, or made life difficult for staff members. Margaret viewed these individuals as selfish drains on resources who were making everyone around them miserable. In her twisted worldview, she was performing mercy killings that benefited both the victims and the community. The method was always the same. Margaret would enter residents' rooms during the quiet hours of her shift, administering what appeared to be routine medications. But instead of prescribed drugs, she was injecting lethal doses of insulin, potassium, or other substances that would cause cardiac arrest or respiratory failure in elderly patients. Each death appeared natural. Elderly people with multiple health conditions often died suddenly in their sleep. Medical examiners rarely performed autopsies on 90-year-old patients who died peacefully in bed. Margaret had found the perfect victims in the perfect setting, a place where death was expected and rarely questioned. Between 2014 and 2022, Margaret Phillips murdered 28 residents of Sunset Manor, each death carefully timed to occur during her shift when minimal staff would be present to witness anything suspicious. Her victims ranged in age from 76 to 94, all people who had trusted her with their final years. The investigation that eventually exposed Margaret began when a sharp-eyed administrator noticed an unusual spike in deaths during night shifts. Director Susan Chen had been reviewing mortality statistics as part of an insurance audit when she discovered that residents were 4 times more likely to die when Margaret was on duty. When Chen brought her concerns to facility management, she was initially told that Margaret simply worked with the most critically ill patients. But the statistics were too dramatic to ignore, and Chen eventually contacted law enforcement to request an investigation into the unusual death patterns. Margaret Phillips was arrested in 2022 during her shift at Sunset Manor. In her locker, investigators found vials of insulin and potassium that she had stolen from the facility's medical supplies, along with detailed notes about which residents she considered problematic enough to warrant elimination. These stories remind us that evil doesn't announce itself with warning signs or dramatic reveals. It hides behind smiles, uniforms, and helping hands, turning our most basic trust into a weapon. The monsters we should fear most are the ones we never suspect, the ones who understand that the perfect disguise isn't darkness, it's light. Marcus Reed stepped off the Greyhound bus in Tucson, Arizona on a scorching afternoon in July 1987. He carried nothing but a duffel bag and a smile that made strangers feel at ease. To the casual observer, he looked like any other drifter searching for work in the desert Southwest. Clean-shaven, polite, with the kind of soft-spoken manner that made people trust him instantly. What they couldn't see was the carefully maintained notebook tucked inside his bag, filled with names, addresses, and detailed plans written in meticulous handwriting. Marcus wasn't looking for work, he was hunting. By the time authorities would finally piece together his trail of destruction, Marcus Reed had claimed the lives of at least 34 people across 7 states. But his story begins long before that bus pulled into Tucson, in the suffocating heat of a Louisiana summer, where a 9-year-old boy learned that pain was just another word for control. Marcus was born in 1958 in Baton Rouge to a mother who worked 3 jobs and a father who existed only as a name on a birth certificate. His earliest memories weren't of birthday parties or bedtime stories, but of watching his mother collapse from exhaustion on their kitchen floor, still wearing her waitress uniform from the late shift. The neighbors called him a quiet child, well-behaved, the kind of kid who never caused trouble. What they didn't see were the hours he spent alone, methodically pulling apart insects with a pair of tweezers, studying how long they could survive without their legs. School offered no escape. Marcus was small for his age, awkward, with thick glasses that made him an easy target for bullies. But he was also intelligent, unnervingly so. While other children struggled with basic arithmetic, Marcus was reading medical textbooks he'd stolen from the library. He became fascinated with anatomy, with the precise mechanics of how bodies worked, and more importantly, how they stopped working. His teachers praised his academic performance, but noted something unsettling in their reports. He never played with other children. He watched them instead, like a scientist observing specimens in a lab. The first crack in Marcus's carefully constructed facade appeared when he was 13. A neighborhood cat that had been terrorizing local birds vanished. 3 days later, it was found in the woods behind his house, its body arranged in an almost surgical display. The organs had been removed with remarkable precision and placed in small jars that were never recovered. When questioned, Marcus claimed he'd found the cat already dead and was simply curious about its internal structure. His mother believed him. The police, lacking evidence, let it slide. But something had awakened in Marcus that day, something that whispered promises of power and control. By 16, Marcus had perfected the art of invisibility. He moved through high school like smoke, present but unnoticed, collecting information about his classmates with the patience of a predator. He knew who walked home alone, who had absent parents, who wouldn't be missed for hours. Most importantly, he learned how to make people comfortable around him. He volunteered at the local hospital, earning praise from nurses who found him helpful and respectful. What they didn't know was that Marcus spent his shifts memorizing the locations of medical supplies, studying the routines of staff, and fantasizing about the patients who lay unconscious and vulnerable. The summer after graduation, Marcus made his first kill. Sarah Whitmore was 19, a college student working at a gas station to pay for textbooks. She was alone on the night shift when Marcus walked in just before closing time. He was polite, soft-spoken, asked if she needed help carrying anything to her car. Sarah, trained to be cautious, but not wanting to seem rude, accepted his offer. Her body was discovered 3 days later in a drainage ditch 20 miles outside town. The coroner's report noted the precision of the wounds, the deliberate nature of the mutilation, but there were no suspects, no witnesses, no leads. Marcus had vanished like morning fog. What made Marcus Reed different from other killers wasn't the brutality of his methods, but the calculated nature of his approach. He didn't kill in moments of rage or passion. Each murder was planned weeks in advance, studied like a chess problem with multiple solutions. He researched his victims obsessively, learning their routines, their habits, their vulnerabilities. When he finally struck, it was with surgical precision. There was no struggle because Marcus made sure his victims never saw it coming. For the next 9 years, Marcus drifted across the American Southwest, leaving a trail of bodies that authorities would later struggle to connect. He changed his appearance regularly, his name even more frequently. In Phoenix, he was Michael Reynolds, a hospital orderly. In Albuquerque, David Carter, a traveling salesman. In El Paso, Thomas Walsh constructed, complete with forged documents and rehear, a maintenance worker. Each identity was carefully backstories. Marcus had learned early that the secret to remaining invisible wasn't to avoid people entirely, but to become so ordinary that no one remembered you were there. His victims shared certain characteristics, but not enough to establish an obvious pattern. They were usually alone, often transient themselves, people whose disappearances wouldn't immediately hikers, runaway teenagers, sex trigger massive search efforts. Hitch workers, elderly individuals living in isolation. Marcus had A's margins, people who could vanish without causing particular talent for identifying those who existed on society ripples in the larger world. But Marcus wasn't just methodical in his victim selection. He was methodical in everything. He kept detailed journals documenting each kill, complete with photographs, personal effects, and what he called biological samples. These weren't trophies in the traditional sense. Marcus viewed them as scientific specimens, evidence of his growing. He considered his life expertise in what's work. He stored everything in a units across the Southwest series of storage, each ECR carefully preserved, remnanted under different names, each containing the ints of lives he'd extinguished. The investigation that would eventually expose Marcus Reed began not with a murder, but with a missing Flagstaff, Arizona. Jennifer Moss Persons report filed by a social worker and was checking on an elderly client named Walter Hennings when she discovered his apartment empty, his belongings untouched, his medication still sitting on the kitchen counter. Walter suffered from dementia and rarely left his apartment alone. The police initially assumed he'd wandered off and would be found within a few days. But Jennifer couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Walter had mentioned a new friend, a kind young man who'd been helping him with groceries and household repairs. The description Jennifer provided was frustratingly generic. Average height, brown hair, soft-spoken, polite. It could have been anyone. What Jennifer didn't know was that Walter Hennings was already dead, his body buried in the desert outside Flagstaff, his final hours documented in Marcus's journal with the same clinical detachment he'd shown for years. Marcus had befriended the old man over several weeks, earning his trust, learning his routines. When Walter's Social Security check arrived, Marcus was there to help him cash it. When Walter complained about being lonely, Marcus was there to listen. And Marcus was there to end his life with the same method. When Walter's guard was finally down, came 6 months later when a hiker discovered precision he'd perfected over nearly a decade. The breakthrough donut. The body had been there for years, human remains in the desert near Say, partially mummified by the dry climate. What struck investigators wasn't just the location, but the way the remains had been arranged. The bones weren't scattered by animals or weather. They'd been deliberately positioned, almost ceremonially. More disturbing were the small holes drilled into several bones, holes that served no apparent purpose, except perhaps to thread them together like some macabre necklace. Detective Sarah Martinez had worked homicides for 15 years, but she'd never seen anything quite like this. The precision of the bone modifications suggested medical knowledge, possibly surgical training. The positioning of the remains indicated someone with both time and privacy. Most unsettling was the complete absence of personal effects. No clothing, no jewelry, no identification. Whoever had done this wanted the victim to remain anonymous, reduced to nothing more than carefully arranged bones in the desert. As more remains were discovered across Arizona and New Mexico, a pattern began to emerge. The victims were all found in remote locations, their bones showing similar modifications, their identities scrubbed clean. The media dubbed the perpetrator the Desert Surgeon, a name that would haunt the Southwest for years to come. But investigators knew they were dealing with something far more methodical than the typical serial killer. This was someone who viewed murder not as an emotional release, but as a precise craft to be perfected. The investigation expanded detectives realized ASD, the scope of what they were facing. Storage units rented under various names were discovered and searched, revealing Marcus's horrifying collection. Journals filled with detailed descriptions of murders, photographs documenting the decomposition process, medical instruments stained with blood, and most chilling of all, carefully preserved body parts labeled with dates and locations, like specimens in a twisted laboratory. But Marcus Reed himself remained a ghost. Security cameras had captured glimpses of him over the years, but never clear enough for identification. Witnesses remembered someone matching his description, but the details were always frustratingly vague. He'd perfected the art of being forgettable, of blending into any environment without leaving a lasting impression. The manhunt that followed would span 3 states and involve dozens of law enforcement agencies. Marcus had covered his tracks well, but 15 years of careful documentation in his journals provided investigators with a roadmap of his movements. They began connecting cold cases across the Southwest, linking disappearances that had never before been considered related. The breakthrough came in September 1995 when a routine traffic stop in Bakersfield, California, changed everything. Officer Janet Rodriguez pulled over a blue sedan for a broken taillight, expecting nothing more than a quick citation. The driver was polite, apologetic, handed over his license without hesitation. His name was Thomas Walsh, and according to his documents, he worked construction. But something about his hands caught Officer Rodriguez's attention. They were too clean, too soft, the hands of someone who claimed to work with concrete and steel but had never touched either. A routine background check revealed that Thomas Walsh's social security number belonged to a man who had died in infancy 40 years earlier. When Rodriguez called for backup, Marcus Reed knew his carefully constructed world was beginning to collapse. But he didn't run. He didn't resist. He simply smiled that same disarming smile that had fooled so many victims and said, "I suppose you'll want to search the car." What they found in Marcus's trunk would haunt investigators for years. Medical instruments wrapped in surgical cloth, Polaroid photographs of crime scenes that hadn't been discovered yet, and most damning of all, a leather-bound journal containing detailed entries about his most recent victim, a drifter named Bobby Tran who had vanished from a Phoenix bus station 3 weeks earlier. The entry described Bobby's final hours with the clinical detachment of a medical examiner's report. During his interrogation, Marcus displayed an eerie calmness that unnerved even experienced detectives. He answered questions with the precision of someone reciting a grocery list. Yes, sos, he had killed 34 people. No, he felt no remorse. The victims had served a purpose in what he called his research. When asked what kind of research required murder, Marcus explained that he was studying the precise moment when life became death, the exact second when consciousness ceased to exist. He described his methods with scholarly enthusiasm. The approach, the trust building, the final moments when his victims realized their mistake. He spoke about the human body like an engineer discussing machinery, noting which techniques produced the quickest results, which caused the most interesting neurological responses. To Marcus, murder wasn't a crime, it was science. The trial that followed captivated the nation. Marcus represented himself, turning the courtroom into a lecture hall where he explained his methodology to horrified jurors. He showed no emotion as victim impact statements were read. He took notes during the prosecution's arguments as if preparing for an exam. When given the opportunity to address the court, Marcus simply said, "I regret only that my research was interrupted before reaching its natural conclusion." Marcus Reed was sentenced to death and transferred to San Quentin State Prison. He spent his final years writing what he called his definitive work, a 1,000-page manuscript detailing every aspect of his crimes. Prison officials destroyed it after his execution in 2003, but not before several investigators read enough to confirm their worst fears. Marcus had been telling the truth about the 34 victims. If anything, he had been conservative in his count. The storage units continued to yield evidence for months after Marcus's arrest. Investigators found preserved remains from victims spanning 15 years, each labeled with Marcus's methodical handwriting. Some were identified through dental records or DNA, bringing closure to families who had waited decades for answers. Others remained anonymous, reduced to case numbers in filing cabinets, their stories known only to the man who had erased them from existence. But Marcus Reed's story doesn't end with his execution. In the years since his death, investigators have continued to find evidence of his crimes scattered across the Southwest. Construction sites where he'd briefly worked often yielded unmarked graves. Storage facilities he'd rented under various identities contained additional evidence. Each discovery raised the same terrifying question: how many more victims were out there, buried in the vast emptiness of the American desert? The case of Marcus Reed fundamentally changed how law enforcement approaches serial murder investigations. His ability to remain invisible for 15 years, to move between states and identities without detection, highlighted dangerous gaps in information sharing between agencies. The Desert Surgeon Task Force, formed in his wake, became a model for multi-jurisdictional investigations. More disturbing was what Marcus's journals revealed about the psychology of methodical killers. Unlike the rage-driven murders that dominate headlines, Marcus's crimes were characterized by their complete lack of emotion. He killed not because he enjoyed it, but because it served his twisted research objectives. This clinical approach made him far more dangerous than killers who acted on impulse, because every aspect of his crimes was carefully planned and executed. The families of Marcus's victims struggled with a unique form of grief. Their loved ones hadn't died in accidents or crimes of passion. They had been selected, studied, and eliminated as part of one man's grotesque experiment. Support groups formed across the Southwest, connecting people whose lives had been shattered by a killer they'd never heard of until his arrest made national news. Even now, decades after Marcus Reed's execution, His legacy continues to haunt the American Southwest. Hikers in remote areas of Arizona and New Mexico still occasionally stumble across remains that bear his signature modifications. Each discovery reopens old wounds and raises new questions about the true scope of his crimes. The FBI estimates that Marcus may have been responsible for as many as 50 deaths, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. What makes Marcus Reed's story particularly chilling is how easily he moved through society for 15 years without raising suspicion. He wasn't a monster hiding in shadows. He was a helpful hospital volunteer, a reliable construction worker, a polite customer who always said please and thank you. He understood that the best place to hide was in plain sight, that ordinary behavior was the perfect camouflage for extraordinary evil. The investigation into Marcus Reed's crimes officially closed in 2005, but the impact of his murders continues to ripple through the communities he terrorized. The Desert Surgeon case remains required reading at the FBI Academy, a stark reminder of how much damage one methodical killer can inflict when law enforcement agencies fail to communicate effectively. In small towns across the Southwest, Marcus Reed's name is still whispered in conversations about missing persons and cold cases. Parents use his story to warn children about talking to strangers. Social workers are trained to recognize the signs of predatory behavior that Marcus perfected. His legacy isn't just the lives he took, but the fear he instilled in an entire region. The desert keeps its secrets well, and investigators believe that Marcus Reed's victims are still out there, waiting to be discovered. Every few years, another set of remains surfaces, bearing the telltale signs of his meticulous methodology. Each discovery serves as a reminder that some monsters don't announce themselves with dramatic flourishes. Some simply smile politely and ask if you need help carrying your groceries to the car. Marcus Reed died as he lived, quietly and without fanfare. But the questions his crimes raised about the nature of evil, about how killers can hide in plain sight for decades, continue to challenge our understanding of human behavior. He wasn't the most famous serial killer, but he may have been the most dangerous, precisely because no one suspected what he truly was until it was far too late. The forests of northern Maine had always been unforgiving, but in the winter of 1979, they became something else entirely. A hunting ground for a man whose name would never make headlines, whose face would never grace magazine covers, but whose methodical brutality would haunt the region for decades. His name was Vincent Mallory, and by the time authorities connected the dots, he had already claimed 18 lives across the desolate logging towns that dotted the Canadian border. Vincent was born in 1944 in the mill town of Millinocket, where the smell of wood pulp hung in the air like a permanent fog, and the sound of chainsaws echoed through the valleys from dawn until dusk. His father worked at the lumber yards, his mother cleaned houses for the mill supervisors, and Vincent learned early that in a place like this, you were either predator or prey. There was no middle ground. As a child, Vincent was unremarkable in every way that mattered. Average height, average grades, the kind of pale, thin boy who could disappear into a crowd of three. But beneath that forgettable exterior was a mind that processed the world differently than others. While his classmates played with toy soldiers, Vincent dissected roadkill he found along the logging roads, studying the precise way life drained from their eyes. When other boys talked about baseball cards and comic books, Vincent memorized the migration patterns of local wildlife, learning when and where animals were most vulnerable. His teenage years were marked by a series of incidents that should have served as warnings, but were instead dismissed as the pranks of a bored rural kid. Traps found along hiking trails, designed not to kill, but to maim. Hunting dogs that returned home with injuries too precise to be accidental. A series of barn fires that investigators could never quite explain, though Vincent was always nearby when they started. The military offered Vincent structure and purpose when he enlisted at 18, but it also provided him with skills that would later serve darker purposes. He excelled in reconnaissance, learning to move through terrain without leaving tracks, to observe without being seen. His instructors praised his patience and attention to detail. What they didn't recognize was that Vincent was studying them as much as they were teaching him, learning not just how to be a soldier, but how to disappear entirely. When Vincent returned to Maine after his discharge in 1967, he found a region in decline. The mills were closing, the logging operations moving south where labor was cheaper, and entire communities were slowly dying. Perfect conditions for a predator who understood that chaos creates opportunity, that desperate people make careless decisions. Vincent took a job as a hunting guide, work that gave him intimate knowledge of every trail, every cabin, every remote corner of the vast wilderness that stretched from Bangor to the border. He was good at his job, patient and knowledgeable, the kind of guide who could track a wounded deer through miles of dense forest or find his way back to camp in the darkest nights. His clients trusted him completely, which made what happened next all the more horrifying. The first confirmed kill came in October 1970. Martin Reeves was a wealthy businessman from Boston who had hired Vincent for a week-long hunting trip in the Allagash wilderness. Martin was the kind of client Vincent had grown to despise, soft, entitled, treating the woods like his personal playground. On the third day of their trip, Martin simply vanished. Vincent reported that they had become separated during a morning hunt, that Martin had ignored his instructions and wandered off alone. The search lasted 2 weeks and involved dozens of volunteers combing the forest. Vincent participated enthusiastically, his knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable to the search teams. Martin's body was never found, and after an extensive investigation that turned up no evidence of foul play, his death was ruled accidental. Vincent collected his fee from Martin's widow and moved on to his next client. What the investigators didn't know was that Martin Reeves was buried less than a mile from their base camp, in a grave so expertly concealed that it would remain hidden for decades. Vincent had lured him away from the main trail with claims of tracking a massive buck, then killed him with a single thrust of a hunting knife between the ribs. The burial site had been prepared days in advance, complete with natural landmarks that would allow Vincent to find it again whenever he chose to return. Because Vincent did return, not out of sentiment or nostalgia, but to study the decomposition process, to document how the forest reclaimed what he had given it. He kept detailed journals of these visits, clinical observations written in the same precise handwriting he used for his hunting logs. Temperature, humidity, insect activity, the gradual transformation of flesh into earth. To Vincent, these weren't graves, they were laboratories. The pattern continued for 9 years. Wealthy hunters who wanted to experience the real Maine wilderness, urban professionals seeking adventure in the great outdoors, occasionally a local who had grown too curious about Vincent's activities. Each disappearance was carefully orchestrated to appear accidental: a fall from a cliff, a drowning in rapids, an encounter with a bear. Vincent's reputation as a guide remained spotless because no one connected the dots between the missing clients and the quiet man who had been their last known companion. Vincent's method was elegant in its simplicity. He would spend days studying his targets, learning their habits, their fears, their physical limitations. The actual kill was always quick and efficient. Vincent had no interest in prolonging suffering for its own sake. What fascinated him was the moment of transition, the precise instant when consciousness ceased. He became obsessed with documenting these moments, timing them with a stopwatch, recording the exact sequence of physiological changes. The breakthrough in the investigation came not from brilliant detective work, but from simple bad luck. In September 1979, Vincent was guiding two brothers from New York on what was supposed to be a routine deer hunting trip. Daniel and Robert Kearney were experienced outdoorsmen, cautious and well prepared. When they failed to return from their scheduled week-long expedition, their father immediately contacted authorities. The search began within hours, led by State Police Detective Sarah Crenshaw, a 20-year veteran who had worked dozens of missing person cases in the Maine wilderness. What struck her immediately was Vincent's behavior during the initial interviews. He was too helpful, too eager to provide details about the brothers' final day. Most guides in similar situations were defensive, worried about liability. Vincent seemed almost excited by the attention. Detective Crenshaw decided to dig deeper into Vincent's background, starting with his previous clients who had gone missing. What she discovered was a pattern that should have been obvious years earlier. Vincent Mallory had been the guide for 7 separate hunting parties that had experienced accidents in the past decade. The statistical probability of such a coincidence was essentially zero. The investigation expanded rapidly, with teams of forensic specialists combing through Vincent's property and the remote areas where he typically took clients. What they found in the basement of his cabin was a museum of murder. Detailed journals documenting 18 separate killings, complete with photographs and precise anatomical drawings. Maps marking burial sites across hundreds of square miles of wilderness. And most disturbing of all, a collection of what Vincent called specimens, preserved tissue samples from each of his victims, labeled and cataloged like items in a scientific collection. Vincent showed no surprise when the arrest warrant was served. He invited the officers in for coffee, chatted casually about the weather, even helped them load evidence boxes into their vehicles. During his interrogation, he displayed the same methodical approach that had characterized his crimes. He answered every question thoroughly and honestly, providing coordinates for burial sites, explaining his methodology, correcting details in the police reports with the precision of a scholar reviewing academic papers. What emerged from Vincent's confession was a portrait of a killer unlike any law enforcement had encountered. He felt no hatred toward his victims, no sexual gratification from their deaths. To Vincent, murder was simply the most efficient way to conduct his research into what he called the termination process. He spoke about his crimes with the detached enthusiasm of a researcher discussing his findings, noting which methods produced the most interesting results, which environmental factors affected decomposition rates. The trial attracted minimal media attention. Vincent Mallory wasn't charismatic enough to capture public imagination, and his crimes lacked the sensational elements that sell newspapers. He was convicted of multiple counts of first degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge noted that Vincent showed no remorse, no recognition that his actions had caused suffering to anyone beyond his immediate victims. Vincent died in prison in 1998, reportedly of natural causes, though some suspected he had found a way to conduct one final experiment on himself. His journals were sealed by court order, but not before forensic psychologists had studied them extensively. Their conclusion was that Vincent Mallory represented a rare type of serial killer, one motivated not by psychological compulsion or sexual deviance, but by genuine scientific curiosity perverted into something monstrous. The recovery of Vincent's victims took 3 years and involved search teams working in some of the most remote terrain in North America. 15 bodies were eventually found, each buried with the same meticulous care that Vincent had applied to his living crimes. 3 victims were never recovered, their remains presumably claimed by the vast wilderness that Vincent knew better than any human being alive. The families of Vincent's victims struggled to comprehend how their loved ones had become unwitting participants in one man's grotesque research project. Support groups formed across New England, connecting people whose lives had been shattered by a killer most had never heard of until his arrest made brief headlines in regional newspapers. The Maine State Police established new protocols for investigating missing persons in wilderness areas, specifically looking for patterns that might indicate predatory guides or outfitters. The Vincent Mallory case became required study material for game wardens and park rangers throughout the region, a reminder that monsters don't always lurk in dark alleys. Sometimes they carry hunting licenses and offer to show you the best spots for landing trophy fish. Even now, hikers in the Maine wilderness occasionally stumble across evidence of Vincent's crimes. A piece of rotted clothing, a rusted camping utensil, bones scattered by decades of freeze-thaw cycles. Each discovery reopens old wounds and raises new questions about whether all of Vincent's victims have been found. The forest keeps its secrets well, and investigators believe that somewhere in the vast expanse of northern Maine, more graves await discovery. The logging roads that Vincent once traveled as a guide have been reclaimed by nature, overgrown with alders and birch saplings. The hunting camps where he brought his victims have collapsed under the weight of snow and time. But the stories persist in the small communities that dot the region, whispered warnings about trusting strangers in the woods, about the thin line between civilization and savagery that Vincent Mallory crossed so easily. Vincent's legacy isn't just the lives he took, but the fear he instilled in a region that had always prided itself on its rugged independence. The Maine woods had always been dangerous. Black bears, sudden storms, the kind of terrain that could swallow a person without a trace. Vincent Mallory proved that the most dangerous predator in the forest walked on 2 legs and offered to carry your gear. In the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, where swimming pools gleamed like scattered mirrors across the desert landscape and retirement communities promised endless summers, no one suspected that death was making house calls. The year was 1983, and Harold Pembroke had just perfected what he called his mercy method, a technique so subtle, so seemingly natural, that it would take investigators nearly a decade to realize they were dealing with one of the most prolific killers in American history. Harold wasn't your typical serial killer. He didn't stalk victims in dark alleys or break into homes in the dead of night. Instead, he drove a pristine white van marked with the logo of Desert Home Healthcare, complete with magnetic signs and a state license number that checked out perfectly when concerned family members called to verify his credentials. Harold had learned early in his career that the best way to gain access to vulnerable people was to make them grateful for your presence. Born in 1931 in Tucson to a family of modest means, Harold displayed an unusual fascination with medicine from an early age. While other children played with toy cars or dolls, Harold performed elaborate surgeries on neighborhood cats, always careful to use proper antiseptic technique and surgical instruments he'd stolen from his father's veterinary practice. His parents, both overworked and overwhelmed by the demands of raising 6 children during the Depression, dismissed these activities as signs of Harold's future calling as a doctor. Harold's grades were excellent, his behavior exemplary, and his teachers consistently praised his maturity and dedication to his studies. What they didn't see were the small experiments Harold conducted in the basement of the family home, testing the effects of various household chemicals on mice and rabbits, meticulously documenting their reactions in notebooks he kept hidden behind loose boards in the foundation wall. When Harold graduated high school in 1949, he immediately enrolled in pre-medical studies at the University of Arizona. His professors were impressed by his knowledge of anatomy and his steady hands during laboratory dissections. Harold seemed destined for a successful career in medicine, perhaps surgery, where his precision and calm demeanor would serve him well. But during his 3rd year of medical school, something went wrong. The official story was that Harold suffered a nervous breakdown brought on by academic pressure. He was hospitalized for 3 months, treated with electroshock therapy and a combination of experimental medications that left him hollow-eyed and speaking in monotone whispers. When he was released, Harold withdrew from medical school and returned home to live with his aging parents. What the medical records didn't reveal was the real reason for Harold's hospitalization. A fellow student had discovered Harold's private laboratory in the basement of his boarding house, a makeshift research facility where Harold had been conducting what he called longevity studies on stray dogs and cats. The animals were kept in small cages, subjected to various drugs and procedures designed to test the limits of consciousness and pain tolerance. When confronted, Harold calmly explained that he was advancing medical science, that his subjects were contributing to a greater understanding of the dying process. After his release from the hospital, Harold found work as an orderly at a Phoenix nursing home. The job suited his temperament perfectly. He was patient, gentle with the residents, and showed remarkable skill at making comfortable the elderly patients who were approaching the end of their lives. The staff praised Harold's bedside manner, noting how peaceful residents seemed in his presence, how many of them passed away quietly during his shifts without the usual struggle or distress that characterized most deaths in institutional settings. What no one realized was that Harold was helping them along. He had spent his months of recovery studying pharmacology, learning which medications could be safely combined to produce a gentle, undetectable death. A little extra morphine here, some digoxin there, occasionally a carefully timed injection of air that would cause a fatal embolism hours later when Harold was nowhere near the victim. To the medical staff, Harold was simply blessed with the ability to provide comfort in patients' final moments. In reality, he was orchestrating those moments with the precision of a conductor leading a symphony. Harold worked at 3 different nursing homes over the next 15 years, leaving each position only when his mortality statistics became too conspicuous for comfort. He developed references and recommendations that portrayed him as a compassionate caregiver drawn to work with the terminally ill, someone who brought peace to families during their most difficult times. What he actually brought was death, administered with such skill that it appeared entirely natural. In 1978, Harold made the transition from institutional care to private home health care, establishing Desert Home Health Care as a legitimate business that provided end-of-life care for families who preferred to keep their loved ones at home during their final days. Harold's reputation preceded him. Families heard about the gentle man who had helped their friends' relatives pass peacefully, and they specifically requested his services when their own time of need arrived. The perfect crime, Harold realized, was one that looked like natural death. The elderly, the terminally ill, patients with multiple health problems, their deaths rarely triggered extensive investigation. Harold positioned himself as a comfort provider, someone who helped families navigate the difficult process of saying goodbye. In reality, he was accelerating that process, deciding when each patient had suffered enough, when it was time for their journey to end. Harold's method was elegantly simple. He would spend several days with each family, establishing trust, demonstrating his expertise and compassion. He would review medical records, consult with physicians, provide detailed explanations of what the family could expect in the coming days or weeks. Then, when the moment felt right, Harold would administer his mercy method, a combination of medications that would send the patient into a peaceful sleep from which they would never wake. The families were always grateful. Harold had spared their loved one from additional suffering, had provided exactly the kind of dignified death they had hoped for. They paid his fees without question and recommended his services to other families facing similar situations. Word of mouth became Harold's most effective marketing tool, though he was careful to limit his client base to avoid suspicion. What Harold didn't anticipate was Dr. Margaret Chen, a forensic pathologist who began noticing patterns in the death certificates that crossed her desk. Dr. Chen had worked in Phoenix for 12 years, and she knew the normal distribution of natural deaths among elderly patients receiving home health care. Starting in 1981, she began seeing a cluster of deaths that shared certain characteristics: peaceful, unexpected, and all involving patients who had been under the care of Desert Home Health Care. Dr. Chen's investigation began quietly, reviewing autopsy records and toxicology reports from cases where families had requested post-mortem examinations. What she found was subtle but consistent. Trace levels of medication combinations that shouldn't have been present, drug interactions that could explain the peaceful nature of these deaths, but not their timing. Each case individually appeared natural, but collectively they suggested something far more sinister. The breakthrough came in March 1984 when Harold made his first serious mistake. Elena Vasquez was an 83-year-old woman with diabetes and heart problems, but she was stable and expected to live for several more months according to her physician. When Harold arrived to provide care, Eleanor was alert and conversational, even joking with her daughter about the handsome young man who had come to help her. Harold misjudged Eleanor's condition, administering his mercy method to a patient who was far from death's door. When Eleanor failed to wake up the next morning, her daughter immediately suspected something was wrong and demanded an autopsy. The toxicology results showed levels of morphine and other medications that were completely inconsistent with Eleanor's prescribed treatment regimen. The investigation that followed was methodical and devastating. Police obtained records from Desert Home Healthcare and began interviewing families of Harold's former patients. What emerged was a pattern of death that stretched back over 2 decades, encompassing not just Harold's private practice, but his entire career in healthcare. Harold was arrested at his home on a quiet morning in November 1984. He showed no surprise when detectives appeared at his door with a warrant, inviting them in for coffee and chatting casually about the weather while they searched his house. In his study, investigators found meticulous records of every patient Harold had helped, complete with medical histories, family dynamics, and detailed notes about the optimal timing and dosage for his interventions. During his interrogation, Harold displayed the same calm demeanor that had made him so effective as a caregiver. He readily admitted to ending the lives of his patients, but he insisted that he was providing a service, sparing families from prolonged suffering and enormous medical bills. Harold saw himself as a humanitarian, someone who had the courage to do what others wouldn't, to make the difficult decisions that brought peace to families in crisis. The trial that followed revealed the scope of Harold's crimes. Investigators eventually linked him to 87 suspicious deaths, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in Arizona history. Yet Harold maintained throughout the proceedings that he wasn't a killer. He was a healer, someone who understood that death was sometimes the kindest gift you could give. Harold Pembroke was convicted on 12 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He died in prison in 2001, reportedly of natural causes, though some suspected he had found a way to administer his mercy method to himself. His case fundamentally changed how healthcare providers are monitored and how suspicious deaths are investigated. The families of Harold's victims struggled with complex feelings of grief and betrayal. Many had been genuinely grateful for the peaceful deaths Harold had provided their loved ones, and learning the truths forced them to question whether their relief had been built on murder. Support groups formed throughout Arizona, connecting people whose trust had been violated by a killer who wore the mask of compassion. Harold's legacy extends beyond the lives he took. His case led to stricter oversight of home healthcare providers, mandatory reporting systems for suspicious deaths, and enhanced training for medical examiners to recognize signs of medical murder. The Harold Pembroke protocols, as they came to be known, are still used today to identify healthcare providers who might be harming rather than helping their patients. Even now, decades after Harold's death, his story serves as a chilling reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with violence and chaos. Sometimes it arrives with a gentle smile and an offer to help, promising comfort while delivering death with the precision of a surgeon's blade. Harold Pembroke proved that the most dangerous predators are often those we invite into our homes, those we trust with our most vulnerable moments, those who turn our faith in human kindness into a weapon against us. The abandoned textile mill on the outskirts of Camden, New Jersey, had been shuttered for 15 years when maintenance crews discovered what remained of the Hendricks family in the basement. 3 generations wiped out in a single night, their bodies arranged in a grotesque tableau that defied comprehension. What made the scene even more disturbing was the surgical precision of the wounds, the complete absence of blood spatter, and the small chalk symbols drawn on the concrete floor around each victim. The man responsible was already 3 states away by the time police arrived, driving a stolen sedan with license plates that would lead nowhere. His name was Clayton Morse, and the Camden murders were just another entry in a killing spree that had lasted 12 years and claimed 43 lives across the industrial Northeast. But Clayton wasn't hunting for fame or recognition. He was searching for something else entirely, something he called the perfect symmetry of death. Clayton was born in 1952 in a decaying mill town outside Pittsburgh, the son of a steel worker who drank away his paycheck and a mother who cleaned office buildings at night to make ends meet. His earliest memory was of watching his father beat a stray dog to death with a tire iron, not out of cruelty, but out of what he called necessity. The dog had been sick, his father explained, and sick things needed to be put out of their misery. It was an act of mercy disguised as violence. School offered no refuge from the chaos at home. Clayton was undersized and awkward, with thick glasses and a stutter that made him an easy target for bullies. But he was also observant, studying the social dynamics of his classrooms with the intensity of a scientist documenting animal behavior. He learned to identify weakness, to recognize which children would cry when cornered and which would fight back. More importantly, he learned how to exploit those weaknesses when the opportunity arose. By 13, Clayton had begun what he called his experiments in equilibrium. He would capture small animals, not to torture them in the conventional sense, but to study what he perceived as the mathematical relationship between pain and death. He kept detailed charts documenting how long various creatures could survive specific injuries, how much trauma was required to tip the balance from life to death. To Clayton, these weren't acts of cruelty but exercises in precision, attempts to understand the exact moment when existence became extinction. His teachers noticed his academic brilliance, but were troubled by his emotional flatness. Clayton excelled in mathematics and sciences, particularly anatomy and physics, but he seemed incapable of forming connections with his peers. He spoke in monotone whispers when forced to participate in class discussions, and his essays, while technically perfect, contained disturbing themes about the inevitability of suffering and the beauty of calculated endings. The first human death came when Clayton was 17. His elderly neighbor, Mrs. Patterson, had been complaining for months about chest pains that her doctor dismissed as anxiety. Clayton volunteered to help her with yard work, spending hours listening to her describe her symptoms with the patience of a devoted grandson. When she collapsed during one of their conversations, Clayton didn't call for help. Instead, he watched with clinical fascination as she struggled for breath, timing her distress with a stopwatch he'd brought for the occasion. Mrs. Patterson's death was ruled natural, the result of a massive heart attack that no one could have prevented. Clayton attended her funeral, comforting her family with quiet words about how peaceful she had looked at the end. What no one knew was that Clayton had been slowly poisoning her tea with digitalis extracted from foxglove plants he'd cultivated in his basement, carefully titrating the dose until her heart could no longer compensate for the toxic load. After high school, Clayton enrolled in a pre-med program at a small college outside Philadelphia. His professors were impressed by his analytical mind and his steady hands during laboratory dissections, but several noted his unusual fascination with death-related coursework. While other students groaned through forensic pathology lectures, Clayton took copious notes and asked detailed questions about decomposition rates and post-mortem changes. It was during his sophomore year that Clayton developed what he called his theorem of terminal balance. He believed that every person carried within them a precise mathematical equation that determined their optimal death, a specific combination of trauma, timing, and circumstance that would produce the most aesthetically pleasing end. Clayton saw himself not as a killer, but as a mathematician solving complex problems, each murder an attempt to achieve perfect symmetry between suffering and release. His first calculated kill came in 1974. Rebecca Martinez was a fellow pre-med student who had made the mistake of ridiculing Clayton's thesis project on pain thresholds in terminal patients. Clayton spent weeks studying Rebecca's routines, her medical history, her psychological profile. When he finally acted, it was with the precision of a surgeon performing a delicate operation. Rebecca was found in her dormitory room, apparently the victim of an allergic reaction to shellfish. The medical examiner noted the severity of her anaphylactic shock, but found nothing suspicious about the circumstances. What he didn't know was that Clayton had spent months exposing Rebecca to trace amounts of shellfish proteins, sensitizing her immune system until even microscopic quantities would trigger a fatal response. The final dose had been administered through her toothpaste, ensuring that the reaction would occur when she was alone and unable to call for help. Clayton graduated with honors and was accepted into several medical schools, but he never enrolled. Instead, he disappeared into the anonymous sprawl of industrial America, taking temporary jobs in factories and warehouses while perfecting his understanding of what he called mortality mathematics. Each new city brought fresh opportunities to test his theories, to find subjects whose deaths would advance his research. His victims shared no obvious demographic patterns, which made them nearly impossible for law enforcement to connect. Clayton chose them based on what he called their mathematical potential: elderly individuals whose deaths would appear natural, chronically ill patients whose conditions would mask his interventions, isolated people whose disappearances wouldn't trigger immediate investigations. He approached each kill like a chess problem, considering every variable before making his move. The breakthrough in Clayton's methodology came in 1978 when he began working as a night janitor at a medical supply company outside Baltimore. Access to pharmaceutical grade drugs and medical equipment allowed him to refine his techniques to achieve the kind of precision he'd only dreamed about during his college experiments. He could now control not just the timing and manner of his victims' deaths, but their exact physiological responses during the dying process. Clayton's journals from this period, discovered years later during his arrest, read like academic papers on thanatology. He documented every aspect of his murders with scholarly detachment, complete with charts, graphs, and statistical analyses. Each entry was cross referenced with weather conditions, lunar phases, and other environmental factors that Clayton believed influenced the aesthetic quality of death. To him, murder wasn't a crime, but a form of performance art, with each victim serving as both subject and canvas. The Camden murders that would ultimately lead to Clayton's downfall were the result of his most ambitious experiment yet. The Hendricks family represented what Clayton called a generational equation, the opportunity to study how his theorem of terminal balance applied to subjects of different ages and health conditions. Grandfather Samuel, 78 years old, with diabetes and heart problems. Mother Jennifer, 45, and in excellent health. Teenage son Marcus, 16, and athletic. Clayton had been observing the family for 3 months, posing as a door-to-door salesman and occasional handyman to gain access to their home and routines. He learned that Samuel took evening walks alone, that Jennifer worked late shifts at the hospital, that Marcus practiced basketball in the driveway every afternoon. More importantly, he identified the basement entrance that Samuel used to access his workshop, a route that would allow Clayton to enter the house undetected. On the night of November 15th, 1987, Clayton implemented his most complex calculation yet. Samuel was the first to die, overcome by what appeared to be a heart attack while working on a model airplane. Jennifer discovered her father's body when she returned from work, and her scream brought Marcus running downstairs. What they found waiting for them was Clayton, armed with surgical instruments and a notebook filled with equations that would determine their fates. The crime scene that investigators discovered 3 days later defied conventional understanding. Each victim had died from different causes. Samuel from cardiac arrest, Jennifer from precise cuts that severed specific arteries, Marcus from what appeared to be respiratory failure. The bodies were arranged in a triangle with small chalk symbols marking mathematical relationships between their positions. Most disturbing were the detailed notes Clayton had left behind, documenting each phase of what he called his tri-generational mortality study. Detective Frank Morrison had worked homicides in Camden for 20 years, but he'd never encountered anything like the Hendricks scene. The precision of the violence suggested medical training, but the symbolic arrangements pointed to someone with severe mental illness. What troubled Morrison most was the complete absence of rage or sexual motivation. This wasn't a crime of passion or perversion. It was something far more calculated and cold. The investigation expanded rapidly as the detectives realized they might be dealing with a serial killer. Clayton's notes contained references to previous experiments, complete with dates and locations that corresponded to unsolved murders across multiple states. A task force was formed, connecting law enforcement agencies from Pennsylvania to Massachusetts, all trying to track down a killer who saw murder as mathematical problem solving. Clayton was captured 2 weeks later at a truck stop outside Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He wasn't running or hiding. He was simply continuing his work, having selected a long haul trucker as his next subject for what his notes described as a vehicular mortality study. When state troopers approached his table in the diner, Clayton calmly closed his notebook and extended his hands for the handcuffs. During his interrogation, Clayton displayed the same methodical approach that had characterized his crimes. He answered questions with academic precision, correcting detectives when they misunderstood his methodology, providing detailed explanations of his theoretical framework. He showed no remorse for his victims, referring to them as research subjects who had contributed to a greater understanding of mortality mathematics. The trial that followed became a case study in the intersection of mental illness and criminal responsibility. Clayton's defense team argued that he was clearly insane, pointing to his elaborate delusions about death equations and mathematical murder. The prosecution countered that his meticulous planning and ability to avoid detection for 12 years demonstrated clear awareness of right and wrong. Clayton himself seemed indifferent to the proceedings, spending most of the trial working on calculations in a notebook the judge had reluctantly allowed him to keep. Expert witnesses struggled to categorize Clayton's mental state. He showed no signs of traditional psychosis or personality disorders, yet his belief system was clearly divorced from reality. One psychiatrist described him as functionally delusional, capable of operating in society while maintaining a completely distorted understanding of human value and moral responsibility. Clayton was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He died in his cell in 2003, apparently of natural causes, though investigators found his final notebook filled with calculations about his own optimal termination point. His case remains required reading at the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, a study in how intellectual brilliance can become twisted into something monstrous. The families of Clayton's victims struggled to understand how their loved ones had become unwitting participants in one man's grotesque research project. Support groups formed across the Northeast, connecting people whose lives had been shattered by a killer who treated human beings like mathematical variables in some cosmic equation. Clayton Morse's legacy isn't just the 43 lives he took, but the questions his crimes raised about the nature of evil and intelligence. He proved that monsters don't always foam at the mouth or leave chaotic crime scenes. Sometimes they take careful notes, follow scientific methodology, and believe their actions serve some higher purpose. Clayton's journals, sealed by court order but studied extensively by forensic psychologists, revealed a mind capable of extraordinary analytical thinking applied to the most horrific ends imaginable. In the quiet suburbs of Portland, Oregon, where coffee shops outnumbered churches and everyone seemed to know their neighbor's recycling schedule, Death arrived wearing a postal worker's uniform and carrying a smile that made children wave from their bedroom windows. The year was 1992, and Douglas Vance had just discovered that the most efficient way to commit murder was to make people grateful for your presence in their lives. Douglas had been delivering mail to the Riverside neighborhood for 8 years, long enough to know which houses had elderly residents living alone, which families kept spare keys under flower pots, and which windows were never locked even during the coldest winter nights. He knew Mrs. Chen's arthritis flared up on rainy days, making it difficult for her to reach her mailbox. He knew that Mr. Peterson's Alzheimer's made him forget conversations within minutes of having them. Most importantly, Douglas knew that people trusted the mailman in ways they would never trust a stranger. What residents of Riverside didn't know was that their reliable postal worker had been using that trust to compile what he called his delivery schedule, a methodical plan to eliminate what he saw as the neighborhood's burden cases, the elderly and infirm residents whose deaths would actually improve property values and reduce the strain on local resources. Douglas didn't kill out of hatred or sexual compulsion. He killed because he believed he was performing a civic service, cleaning up the community one carefully planned death at a time. Born in 1951 to a family of civil servants in Eugene, Oregon, Douglas learned early that government work provided both security and invisibility. His father was a building inspector, his mother a clerk at the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they raised Douglas to believe that public service was the highest calling a person could pursue. They also taught him that efficiency was a virtue, that unnecessary waste should be eliminated wherever possible. Douglas excelled in school, particularly in logistics and organizational systems. His teachers praised his ability to identify inefficiencies in classroom procedures and suggest improvements. What they didn't recognize was that Douglas applied the same analytical approach to human interactions, categorizing his classmates based on their social utility and economic potential. Even as a teenager, Douglas was mentally sorting people into productive contributors and disposable drains on society's resources. After high school, Douglas joined the Postal Service, drawn to the combination of government benefits and autonomous working conditions. He approached his job with the same systematic thinking that had made him an excellent student, memorizing routes, optimizing delivery schedules, and developing comprehensive knowledge of his assigned neighborhoods. What made Douglas exceptional wasn't his efficiency. It was his ability to make every resident feel like he genuinely cared about their well-being. Douglas would spend extra time chatting with lonely elderly residents, helping them carry packages, even running small errands when his official duties were complete. He became a beloved figure in Riverside, the kind of postal worker that children ran to greet and that worried families counted on to check on their aging relatives. What no one realized was that Douglas was conducting surveillance, gathering intelligence about vulnerabilities and opportunities. The first kill came in 1985, 7 years into Douglas's postal career. Evelyn Hartwell was an 84-year-old widow with no family, no close friends, and a habit of leaving her medication bottles on the kitchen counter where Douglas could see them during his daily visits. Evelyn suffered from diabetes and heart problems, conditions that required careful monitoring and precise dosing of multiple medications. Douglas had been studying Evelyn's medical routine for months, noting when she took her pills, how she organized her weekly pill dispenser, and which medications were most critical to her survival. One afternoon, While helping Evelyn retrieve a package from her back porch, Douglas made a simple adjustment to her insulin dosing schedule. He switched the labels on two of her bottles, ensuring that she would inject herself with 10 times the recommended dose the next morning. Evelyn was found 3 days later by a neighbor who had grown concerned about her absence from their usual morning chat. The medical examiner ruled her death accidental, the result of a diabetic coma caused by medication confusion common among elderly patients with multiple prescriptions. Douglas attended her funeral, comforting neighbors who praised his kindness to Evelyn in her final months. He even volunteered to help clean out her house, pocketing small mementos that he would later use to remember what he called his first successful intervention. The beauty of Douglas's method was its complete invisibility. He didn't break into homes or force his way inside. Residents invited him in, grateful for his attention and assistance. He didn't use exotic poisons or elaborate schemes. Simple medication adjustments, loose handrails, slippery bathroom tiles. Each death appeared to be exactly what it was, an unfortunate accident that befell an elderly person living alone. Douglas refined his technique over the next 7 years, claiming 19 lives while maintaining his reputation as the neighborhood's most caring postal worker. He developed what he called his selection criteria, targeting residents whose deaths would have minimal social impact while providing maximum community benefit. Elderly shut-ins with no family connections, chronically ill individuals whose medical care strained public resources, people whose deaths would free up housing for younger, more productive families. Each murder was preceded by weeks of careful observation and planning. Douglas would identify potential targets during his daily rounds, then gradually increase his level of interaction with them. He would offer to help with shopping, volunteer to check on them during his breaks, even provide his personal phone number in case of emergencies. By the time he was ready to act, his victims trusted him completely and often looked forward to his visits as the highlight of their day. Douglas documented each intervention in a journal he kept hidden in his postal truck, writing detailed analyses of his methods and their effectiveness. He rated each death based on factors like community impact, detection risk, and what he called aesthetic quality. Douglas took pride in making his murders appear so natural that families often thanked him for being such a caring presence in their loved ones' final days. The investigation that would eventually expose Douglas began with a single observant nurse. Patricia Wong worked at the neighborhood clinic where many of Riverside's elderly residents received their medical care, and she had begun noticing an unusual pattern in recent deaths. Too many of her patients were dying from medication errors, household accidents, and other preventable causes. When she mentioned her concerns to the police, Detective Lisa Park decided to take a closer look. Detective Park's review of recent deaths in Riverside revealed a statistical anomaly that should have been obvious years earlier. The neighborhood had experienced a mortality rate among elderly residents that was nearly double the city average, with most deaths occurring during daytime hours, when people were typically at their safest. More troubling was the fact that many victims had mentioned their postal workers' helpfulness in conversations with neighbors shortly before their deaths. The investigation focused on Douglas after Detective Park realized that his delivery route perfectly aligned with the cluster of suspicious deaths. Surveillance teams began monitoring of access to their homes. What they discovered was a postal worker who had weaponized his position ovada visits with elderly residents and his unusual level his activities, documenting his extended trust, turning daily mailed over by unmarked police cars as a Tuesday morning in November the 1992 Poole murder. Douglas was arrested on delivery into opportunities for he began his route. In his postal truck, investigators found his murder journal, complete with detailed plans for 3 additional interventions scheduled for that week. The notebook contained meticulous records of 19 separate murders, each entry cross referenced with delivery logs and medical information Douglas had gathered about his victims. During his interrogation, Douglas showed no surprise at his arrest and readily admitted to the murders. He explained his actions with the same matter of fact tone he used when discussing postal regulations, describing each kill as a necessary step in optimizing neighborhood resources. Douglas genuinely believed he had been providing a public service, eliminating individuals who were no longer contributing to society while freeing up housing and medical resources for more deserving recipients. The trial that followed shocked the Portland community, revealing how a trusted public servant had systematically murdered the very people he was supposed to serve. Prosecutors painted Douglas as a cold-blooded killer who had exploited his position to gain access to vulnerable victims. The defense argued that Douglas suffered from a delusional disorder that made him believe his actions were morally justified. Douglas was ultimately convicted on 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He showed no emotion when the verdict was read, instead asking the judge if he could continue his postal route until his execution date so that his replacement could be properly trained. He died in prison in 2008, reportedly of natural causes, though some suspected he had found a way to implement one final optimization on himself. The families of Douglas's victims struggled with feelings of betrayal that went beyond typical murder cases. Their loved ones hadn't been killed by strangers or criminals. They had been murdered by someone they trusted, someone who had smiled and waved and helped carry their groceries. Support groups formed throughout Oregon, connecting people whose faith in public institutions had been shattered by a killer who wore a government uniform. Douglas Vance's case led to significant changes in Postal Service protocols, including enhanced background checks, regular psychological evaluations, and strict limits on employee interaction with customers outside official duties. The Douglas Vance Prevention Act, passed by the Oregon legislature in 1995, established mandatory reporting systems for suspicious deaths among elderly residents and created oversight committees to monitor patterns in mortality statistics. Even now, decades after Douglas's arrest, his story serves as a chilling reminder that evil can hide behind any uniform, any smile, any offer to help. The Riverside neighborhood never fully recovered from the revelation that their beloved mailman had been systematically murdering their most vulnerable residents. Property values plummeted, longtime residents moved away, and those who remained could never again trust a knock at the door or an offer of assistance from a stranger. Douglas proved that the most dangerous predators are often those we invite into our lives, those we trust with our daily routines, those who transform our basic human need for connection into a weapon against us. His legacy isn't just the 19 lives he took, but the innocence he destroyed in a community that learned too late that monsters don't always lurk in shadows. Sometimes they carry your mail and ask about your grandchildren while planning your death. The construction site outside Denver had been abandoned for 3 years when workers finally returned to resume building what would become another strip mall in the endless suburban brawl. They expected to find the usual debris left behind by vandals and transients. Instead, they found 17 shallow graves arranged in a perfect spiral pattern, each containing remains that showed signs of meticulous preservation. The bones had been bleached white, arranged in anatomical order, and marked with small numbers carved directly into the calcium surface. The man responsible had been dead for 6 months by the time the bodies were discovered, his own remains found in the center of the spiral with a handwritten note explaining what he called his architectural project. His name was Leonard Ashworth, and the Denver site was just one of 7 similar installations he had created across the Mountain West over a 15-year period. But Leonard wasn't building monuments to death. He was constructing what he believed were sacred spaces, places where the boundary between life and death could be properly observed and studied. Leonard was born in 1946 in a small mining town outside Butte, Montana, where the landscape was already scarred by decades of copper extraction and the air tasted permanently of sulfur and rust. His father was a mine engineer, his mother a school teacher, and they raised Leonard to appreciate both the brutal efficiency of industrial extraction and the precise beauty of mathematical relationships. From an early age, Leonard showed an unusual fascination with geometry, spending hours drawing complex patterns and calculating angles with a precision that impressed his teachers. What concerned those same teachers was Leonard's obsession with death-related imagery. His art projects invariably featured skulls, bones, and elaborate burial chambers drawn with architectural precision. When asked to write about his future career goals, Leonard submitted detailed plans for what he called eternal housing projects, underground complexes designed to accommodate the dead in configurations that would maximize spiritual energy flow. His parents dismissed these interests as a phase, but Leonard's notebooks from childhood reveal a mind already fixated on the intersection of death and design. After high school, Leonard studied architecture at the University of Colorado, where his professors were divided between admiration for his technical skill and concern about his creative focus. Leonard's thesis project was a comprehensive redesign of modern cemeteries, incorporating principles of sacred geometry and energy dynamics that he claimed would facilitate communication between the living and the dead. The project was academically brilliant, but profoundly disturbing, featuring detailed calculations for optimal body placement and decomposition management. Leonard graduated with honors, but struggled to find work in conventional architecture firms. His portfolio was too strange, his ideas too unsettling for clients who wanted shopping centers and office buildings. He eventually found employment with a construction company that specialized in industrial projects, work that gave him access to heavy machinery and isolated job sites, while providing the solitude he needed to develop his theories about death architecture. It was during a highway expansion project in 1978 that Leonard discovered what he would later call his calling. While operating an excavator, he accidentally unearthed a small Native American burial site that had been lost to local memory for over a century. Instead of reporting the discovery as required by law, Leonard spent weeks studying the arrangement of remains, documenting how the bodies had been positioned relative to cardinal directions, seasonal alignments, and underground water sources. Leonard became convinced that the ancient burial site was generating what he called transition energy, a force that facilitated the movement of souls from physical existence to whatever lay beyond. He developed elaborate theories about how body placement, decomposition rates, and environmental factors could be manipulated to create optimal conditions for spiritual transformation. To Leonard, death wasn't an ending, but an architectural problem that could be solved through proper design and construction. His first intentional kill came in 1982 when Leonard was working on a shopping center foundation outside Cheyenne, Wyoming. Robert Kellerman was a homeless veteran who had been living in a tent near the construction site, surviving on handouts from workers' labor. Leonard had been observing Robert and occasional Day for weeks, noting his isolation, his lack of family connections, his perfect suitability as a test subject for Leonard's emerging theories. Leonard lured Robert to a remote section of the construction site with an offer of steady work and a warm place to sleep. Once there, Leonard killed him with a single blow from a sledgehammer, then spent the next 3 days preparing Robert's body according to his architectural specifications. The remains were positioned at precise coordinates Leonard had calculated based on magnetic field measurements and solar alignments, then covered with concrete, mixed with special additives Leonard believed would enhance the site's spiritual properties. When the shopping center opened 6 months later, Leonard would return regularly to sit in the parking lot, monitoring what he called energy fluctuations with homemade instruments that combined genuine scientific equipment with mystical nonsense. He documented temperature variations, electromagnetic readings, and his own psychological responses to spending time near Robert's concealed grave. To Leonard, the shopping center had become a sacred site disguised as commercial space. The success of his Wyoming experiment convinced Leonard that he had discovered a new form of architecture, one that incorporated death as a building material and human remains as structural elements. Over the next 13 years, Leonard would create 6 additional installations across Colorado, Utah, and Nevada, each one more elaborate than the last. His victims were carefully selected based on what Leonard called their architectural potential, their suitability for incorporation into his designs. Leonard developed detailed selection criteria that had nothing to do with conventional victim profiling. He chose subjects based on their bone density, their spiritual alignment as determined by birth dates and astrological calculations, and their social isolation. Leonard needed people who wouldn't be missed, whose disappearances wouldn't trigger extensive investigations that might interfere with his construction projects. Each installation followed the same basic pattern, but incorporated increasingly sophisticated design elements. Leonard would identify an abandoned construction site or undeveloped lot, then begin surveying the area with the same precision he had once applied to legitimate architectural projects. He calculated optimal positions for body placement based on compass readings, soil composition, and what he believed were spiritual energy lines that crisscrossed the landscape. Fed quickly, victims were killed and efficiently. Leonard had no interest in torture or prolonged suffering. Death was simply the first step in a construction process that might take months to complete. Bodies were carefully prepared using techniques Leonard had learned from mortuary science textbooks, then positioned according to his architectural plans and covered with specially formulated concrete that would preserve them indefinitely while allowing what Leonard believed was continued spiritual activity. Leonard documented each project with the obsessive attention to detail that had made him an excellent architecture student. His journals, discovered after his death, contained precise technical drawings, material specifications, and detailed observations about the spiritual properties of each installation. He structured his projects based on factors like energy output integrity and what he called aesthetic harmony between death and design. The investigation that would eventually expose Leonard's work began in 2003 when a psychic named Maria Gonzalez contacted Denver police with claims about spiritual disturbances at several locations around the city. Detective James Murphy initially dismissed Maria's concerns as nonsense, but she provided such specific details about construction sites and buried remains that he decided to investigate further. When ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains at two of the locations Maria had identified, the investigation expanded rapidly. The discovery of Leonard's first installation led to a systematic search of construction sites and abandoned lots throughout the region. Each new discovery revealed the scope of Leonard's architectural project, a 15-year construction program that had transformed dozens of ordinary locations into what Leonard believed were spiritually active sites. The remains were arranged with such precision that investigators needed surveying equipment to properly document the crime scenes. Leonard was identified through construction company records and witness statements from co-workers who remembered his strange behavior around job sites. When police arrived at his apartment to make an arrest, they found that Leonard had anticipated their discovery and implemented what his final journal entry called the ultimate architectural integration. He had killed himself with the same methodical precision he had applied to his victims, positioning his body in the center of a complex geometric pattern drawn on his living room floor. The suicide note Leonard left behind was less a confession than a technical manual, explaining his theories about death architecture and providing detailed instructions for maintaining his installations. He expressed no remorse for his victims, referring to them as building materials that had been incorporated into structures designed to last for centuries. Leonard saw himself not as a killer, but as a pioneer in a new field of architecture, one that recognized death as the ultimate building material. The trial that never came would have raised complex questions about the intersection of mental illness and criminal responsibility. Leonard's journals revealed a mind capable of sophisticated technical thinking applied to completely delusional purposes. Psychiatrists who studied his writings described him as functionally insane, capable of operating in society while maintaining beliefs that were completely divorced from reality. The families of Leonard's victims struggled to understand how their loved ones had become unwitting components in one man's architectural fantasies. Support groups formed across the Mountain West, connecting people whose grief was complicated by the bizarre nature of Leonard's crimes. Many found it difficult to process that their relatives hadn't just been murdered, but had been incorporated into structures that Leonard believed would function for centuries. Leonard Ashworth's case fundamentally changed how law enforcement investigates missing persons in construction areas. The Leonard Protocols, developed by the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, provide guidelines for recognizing when missing persons cases might be connected to construction-related serial killings. His case remains required reading at police academies throughout the western United States. The sites of Leonard's installations were eventually excavated and the remains properly buried, but the locations continue to attract curiosity seekers and paranormal investigators drawn by Leonard's claims about spiritual activity. Local authorities have learned to monitor these areas for unusual gatherings, as Leonard's writings have inspired a small but dedicated following of people who believe his architectural theories contained genuine insights into the nature of death and consciousness. Leonard's legacy extends beyond the 17 lives he took to include questions about how society identifies and responds to functional mental illness. He held a job, paid his taxes, maintained relationships with coworkers, and operated in society for decades, while systematically murdering people to support his delusional architectural projects. His case proves that the most dangerous individuals are often those who can maintain facades of normalcy while pursuing goals that are completely divorced from human morality. Even now, construction workers in the Mountain West are trained to recognize signs that job sites might have been used for illegal burials. Leonard's case has become a cautionary tale about the importance of reporting unusual behavior and investigating disappearances near construction areas. His story serves as a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Sometimes it arrives with blueprints and building permits, transforming ordinary locations into monuments to madness that can remain hidden for decades. The retirement community of Sunset Gardens in Sarasota, Florida, marketed itself as a paradise for seniors seeking their golden years in comfort and security. Manicured lawns stretched between pastel-colored condominiums, golf carts hummed along paved paths, and residents gathered each evening for bingo and bridge tournaments in the community center. What they didn't know was that their activities director, Amanda Pierce, had been systematically poised each death as a necessary step in wanting them for 3 years, viewing she called her demographic optimization project. Amanda wasn't motivated by greed or personal vendetta. She had developed an elaborate theory that retirement communities were unsustainable drains on societal resources, filled with people who consumed medical care and social services without contributing anything meaningful to the economy. In Amanda's twisted worldview, she was performing a patriotic service, reducing the burden on younger generations by accelerating the natural aging process through carefully administered toxins. Born in 1963 in Tampa to a family of healthcare workers, Amanda learned early about the intersection of medicine and economics. Her father was a hospital administrator who complained constantly about the rising costs of geriatric care, while her mother worked as a nurse in an intensive care unit where she witnessed the expensive futility of prolonging life in terminally ill elderly patients. Amanda absorbed these conversations, developing a coldly utilitarian view of human worth based on economic productivity and resource consumption. Amanda excelled in school, particularly in chemistry and biology, but her teachers noted her unusual detachment when discussing human subjects. During a high school biology unit on aging and death, Amanda submitted a research paper calculating the exact economic cost of maintaining elderly populations, complete with projections showing how life expect national budgets. Her teacher was disturbed enough ANSI reductions could benefit to recommend counseling, but Amanda's parents dismissed the concerns as evidence of their daughter's analytical intelligence. After graduating with a degree in recreational therapy, Amanda found works organizing activities for elderly residents in assisted living facilities. She was naturally gifted at the job, possessing an intuitive understanding of what made seniors feel engaged and valued. Residents loved her enthusiasm, her creative programming, and her apparent genuine concern for their well-being. What they couldn't see was that Amanda was studying them like laboratory specimens, documenting their medical conditions, family relationships, and potential value as test subjects. Amanda's methodology was elegant in its simplicity. She focused on residents with multiple health problems, individuals whose deaths would appear natural given their age and medical history. Her background in chemistry allowed her to identify substances that would exacerbate existing conditions without leaving obvious traces in routine toxicology screenings. A little extra digitalis for residents with heart problems, carefully timed insulin adjustments for diabetics, respiratory irritants for those with lung diseases. The beauty of Amanda's system was that she used the very activities that made her popular to deliver her toxins. Bingo refreshments laced with cardiac stimulants, bridge tournament snacks containing blood pressure medications in dangerous combinations, arts and crafts sessions where she provided therapeutic herbal supplements that interacted fatally with prescription medications. Residents looked forward to Amanda's programs, never activities director was using their trust to kill suspecting that they're beloved them. Amanda documented each death with scientific precision, maintaining detailed records of dosages, delivery methods, and physiological responses. She rated her successes based on factors like detection avoidance, family reaction management, and what she called economic impact optimization. To Amanda, each successful elimination represented progress toward her goal of creating sustainable retirement communities that didn't drain resources from productive society members. The investigation that exposed Amanda began when Dr. Sarah Coleman, a gerontologist consulting at Sunset Gardens, noticed an unusual pattern in resident mortality. The community's death rate was nearly double the national average for similar facilities, with most deaths occurring within 48 hours of community events organized by Amanda. When Dr. Coleman mentioned her concerns to facility administrators, they initially dismissed them as coincidence, pointing to Amanda's popularity among residents and her outstanding performance reviews. Dr. Coleman persisted, conducting her own informal investigation into recent deaths at Sunset Gardens. What she discovered was a cluster of fatalities that shared common characteristics. Victims had all participated in Amanda's activities shortly before their deaths. Most had died from complications related to their existing medical conditions, and several families had mentioned their loved one's excitement about upcoming community events in their final conversations. The breakthrough came when Dr. Coleman convinced the family of recent victim Harold Brennan to request a comprehensive toxicology screening. Harold had died of apparent heart failure just hours after attending one of Amanda's cooking classes, where residents prepared healthy snacks under her supervision. The advanced toxicology results revealed levels of cardiac glycosides that were inconsistent with Harold's prescribed medications, suggesting he had been exposed to plant-based toxins commonly found in decorative flowers used in Amanda's craft projects. The investigation expanded rapidly as law enforcement realized they were dealing with a serial killer who had weaponized recreational therapy. Amanda was arrested at her apartment, where investigators found an extensive library of books on toxicology, pharmacology, and what she called population management theory. Her computer contained spreadsheets tracking the medical conditions and family situations of every resident at Sunset Gardens, along with detailed cost-benefit analyses of their continued survival. During her interrogation, Amanda showed no remorse for her actions, instead expressing frustration that her work had been interrupted before completion. She explained her methodology with the enthusiasm of a researcher presenting findings at an academic conference, detailing how she had identified optimal toxin combinations for different medical conditions and age groups. Amanda genuinely believed she had been conducting important research that would benefit society by reducing the economic burden of aging populations. The trial that followed revealed the scope of Amanda's crimes. Investigators linked her to 37 suspicious deaths across 3 different retirement facilities where she had worked over a 5-year period. Each location had experienced unusual mortality spikes during Amanda's employment, with deaths clustered around community events she had organized. The evidence against her was overwhelming. Toxicology results, activity schedules, and Amanda's own meticulous records documenting what she called her optimization interventions. Amanda was convicted on multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She showed no emotion during the trial, spending most of her time taking notes on the proceedings as if conducting research for future reference. When given the opportunity to address the court, Amanda simply stated that history would vindicate her work once society recognized the unsustainability of current demographic trends. The families of Amanda's victims struggled with the unique betrayal of trust her crimes represented. Their loved ones hadn't been killed by strangers or criminals. They had been murdered by someone they trusted to enrich their lives, someone who had transformed activities designed to bring joy into instruments of death. Support groups formed throughout Florida, connecting families whose faith in elder care systems had been shattered by a killer who wore the mask of compassion. Amanda Pierce's case led to significant reforms in background screening for recreational therapy positions and mandatory reporting systems for unusual mortality patterns in care facilities. The Amanda Pierce prevention protocols, adopted by elder care facilities nationwide, require enhanced oversight of activities involving food preparation or supplement distribution, along with regular review of resident mortality statistics by independent medical consultants. Even now, Amanda's case serves as a chilling reminder that evil can hide behind any profession, any smile, any offer to help. The retirement communities where she worked never fully recovered from the revelation that their beloved activities director had been systematically murdering the very people she was hired to serve. Her legacy isn't just the 37 lives she took, but the innocence she destroyed in communities built on trust and mutual care. Amanda proved that the most dangerous predators are often those we invite into our most vulnerable moments, those we trust with our entertainment and enrichment, those who transform our basic human need for community into a weapon against us. Her story continues to haunt the elder care industry, a reminder that monsters don't always lurk in obvious places. Sometimes they organize craft circles and lead singing groups while calculating the most efficient ways to eliminate the people they're supposed to protect. The emergency room at St. Mary's Hospital in Spokane, Washington, had seen its share of overdoses, but the patient wheeled in during the early hours of March 15th, 1998, was different. Jessica Thornton was conscious, articulate, and completely paralyzed from the neck down. Her vital signs were stable, her pupils reactive, but she couldn't move a single muscle below her shoulders. What made the case even stranger was that Jessica insisted she felt fine, that the paralysis had come on gradually over several hours while she was having dinner at a local restaurant. The attending physician, Dr. Michael Torres, had never encountered anything quite like Jessica's condition. Toxicology screens came back negative for common poisons, and neurological tests showed no signs of stroke or spinal injury. It wasn't until Jessica mentioned the name of her dinner companion that pieces began falling into place. She had been eating with Raymond Holbrook, a man she'd met through a dating service who had seemed charming, attentive, and surprisingly knowledgeable about exotic cuisines. What Dr. Torres didn't know was that Raymond had been perfecting his technique for 8 years, using his extensive knowledge of marine biology to harvest neurotoxins from Pacific Coast sea creatures. Raymond wasn't interested in robbery or sexual assault. He was conducting what he called neurological experiments, studying the precise effects of various biological compounds on human consciousness and motor function. Jessica was his 30-second test subject, and like the others, she would provide valuable data before her inevitable death. Raymond Holbrook was born in 1959 in Bellingham, Washington, where his father worked as a commercial fisherman and his mother taught elementary school. From an early age, Raymond displayed an unusual fascination with marine life, spending hours studying tide pools and collecting specimens that he would dissect in the family garage. His parents encouraged what they saw as scientific curiosity, never suspecting that their 10-year-old son was already experimenting with extracting toxins from jellyfish and sea anemones. School records describe Raymond as an exceptional student with a particular gift for chemistry and biology, but several teachers noted his disturbing tendency to focus exclusively on poisonous or venomous species. His science fair projects invariably featured detailed analyses of toxin structures and delivery mechanisms, complete with calculations showing lethal dosages for various animal subjects. When a guidance counselor suggested Raymond might benefit from counseling, his parents dismissed the concern as academic jealousy. After graduating with honors in marine biology from the University of Washington, Raymond took a position with the state's Department of Fish and Wildlife, work that gave him legitimate access to research facilities and specimen collection permits. His colleagues respected his expertise in marine toxicology, often consulting him about cases involving seafood poisoning or venomous marine encounters. What they didn't know was that Raymond was using his official position to build a private collection of the most potent neurotoxins found in Pacific Northwest waters. Raymond's laboratory, hidden in the basement of his Spokane home, contained specimens that would have impressed university researchers. Blue-ringed octopi kept in specialized tanks, cone snails harvested from deep-water expeditions, sea anemones cultivated for their specific toxin profiles. Each creature was carefully maintained and regularly milked for its chemical contributions to Raymond's growing arsenal of biological weapons. The first human test came in 1990 when Raymond encountered Linda Morrison at a coffee shop near the university campus. Linda was a graduate student in psychology, intelligent and curious about Raymond's work with marine life. He spent weeks earning her trust, sharing fascinating stories about ocean toxins and their potential medical applications. When Raymond finally invited Linda to his home for dinner, she eagerly accepted, excited to see his research collection. Raymond had prepared Linda's meal with the same precision he applied to his scientific work. The seafood risotto contained microscopic amounts of tetrodotoxin extracted from pufferfish he'd obtained through his state contacts. The toxin was carefully dosed to produce paralysis without immediate cardiac arrest, allowing Raymond to document the progression of symptoms over several hours. Linda died 12 hours after dinner, her death appearing to be the result of an allergic reaction to shellfish. What made Raymond's crimes particularly insidious was his use of naturally occurring toxins that mimicked common medical emergencies. Saxitoxin from contaminated shellfish could be mistaken for food poisoning, conotoxin from cone snails resembled stroke symptoms, and carefully titrated doses of tetrodotoxin produced what appeared to be severe allergic reactions. Emergency room physicians, faced with patients presenting classic symptoms of known conditions, rarely suspected deliberate poisoning. Raymond developed elaborate selection criteria for his test subjects, focusing on individuals whose deaths wouldn't trigger extensive investigation. He targeted people who lived alone, had limited social connections, or suffered from chronic health conditions that would provide plausible explanations for sudden death. Most importantly, he chose victims who would trust him enough to accept dinner invitations and consume food he had prepared personally. Each experiment was meticulously documented in journals that read like academic research papers. Raymond recorded onset times, symptom progression, physiological responses, and duration until death for every toxin he administered. He cross-referenced his data with environmental factors, victim demographics, and delivery methods, constantly refining his understanding of how marine neurotoxins affected human subjects. To Raymond, these weren't murders, but scientific studies that would advance human knowledge of marine pharmacology. The investigation that would eventually expose Raymond's work began when Dr. Torres decided to investigate Jessica Thornton's case more thoroughly. Her symptoms were too specific, too unusual to be explained by common medical conditions. When enhanced toxicology screening revealed traces of tetrodotoxin in Jessica's blood, Dr. Torres contacted the FBI's domestic terrorism unit, suspecting she had been the victim of a biological weapon attack. The FBI investigation quickly focused on Raymond after reviewing Jessica's recent social contacts. His background in marine biology, access to exotic specimens, and history of dating women who later died under mysterious circumstances created a profile that demanded immediate attention. When agents searched Raymond's home, they discovered not just his illegal specimen collection, but detailed journals documenting 32 separate poisoning incidents spanning 8 years. Raymond showed no surprise when confronted with the evidence against him. He readily admitted to the killings, describing his methodology with the enthusiasm of a researcher presenting findings at a scientific conference. Raymond insisted his work had significant medical value, that his data on neurotoxin effects could lead to breakthrough treatments for neurological disorders. He seemed genuinely puzzled by the legal system's inability to recognize the scientific merit of his research. The trial that followed became a landmark case in the prosecution of bioterrorism offenses. Raymond's defense team argued that he suffered from a delusional disorder that made him believe his actions were scientifically justified. Killer who had weaponized his expertise to while prosecutors painted him as a calculating commit perfect murders. Expert witnesses struggled to categorize Raymond's mental state, describing him as functionally rational but morally detached from the consequences of his actions. Raymond was ultimately convicted on 32 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent his years on death row writing what he called his definitive research, a comprehensive analysis of marine toxin effects on human physiology that prison officials destroyed after his execution in 2018. His case remains a cautionary tale about the potential for specialized knowledge to be perverted into instruments of murder. The families of Raymond's victims faced the unique challenge of grieving loved ones who had been killed not out of passion or greed, but as unwitting participants in one man's grotesque research project. Support groups formed throughout the Pacific Northwest, connecting people whose lives had been shattered by a killer who had transformed dinner invitations into death sentences. Raymond Holbrook's case led to enhanced background screening for positions involving access to dangerous biological materials and mandatory reporting systems for unusual clusters of neurological symptoms in emergency departments. The Raymond Protocols, developed by the CDC and FBI, provide guidelines for recognizing when apparent food poisoning cases might represent deliberate biological attacks. Even now, marine biologists working with venomous species undergo regular psychological evaluations and enhanced security clearance procedures. Raymond's story serves as a reminder that scientific expertise, when combined with moral detachment, can create monsters capable of unprecedented cruelty. His legacy continues to influence how law enforcement investigates unusual poisoning cases and how the scientific community monitors researchers with access to potentially lethal biological materials. The small town of Cedar Falls, Iowa, prided itself on traditional values and neighborly trust, the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked and children played unsupervised until streetlights came on. It was also the perfect hunting ground for someone who understood that the most effective camouflage was absolute normalcy. For 12 years, Thomas Whitfield had been living among them as the model citizen, the helpful neighbor, the man everyone trusted with their house keys when they went on vacation. What they didn't know was that Thomas had been using those keys to commit what he called his domestic interventions. Thomas wasn't interested in theft or vandalism. His obsession was far more subtle and infinitely more disturbing. He believed that most families were fundamentally dysfunctional, that children were being damaged by parents who didn't understand proper child rearing techniques. In Thomas's twisted worldview, he was performing a community service by eliminating what he saw as harmful family dynamics, one carefully planned accident at a time. Born in 1952 to what appeared to be the perfect nuclear family, Thomas learned early that appearances could be deceiving. His father was a respected bank president who beat his wife and children behind closed doors, while his mother was a Sunday school teacher who medicated her depression with prescription pills and afternoon drinking. Thomas absorbed the lesson that families were elaborate performances designed to hide fundamental dysfunction, and he developed an obsession with exposing what he saw as universal hypocrisy. Thomas excelled in school, particularly in subjects that allowed him to study human behavior. His teachers praised his maturity and insight, never suspecting that Thomas was analyzing his classmates' family situations with the cold precision of a sociologist conducting field research. He kept detailed notebooks documenting what he observed about parental discipline techniques, sibling relationships, and household dynamics, convinced that he was developing expertise in family pathology. After graduating with a degree in social work, Thomas took a position with the Iowa Department of Human Services, where his job involved investigating reports of child abuse and neglect. The work gave him legitimate access to homes and families, along with detailed knowledge of how domestic dysfunction manifested in various economic and social contexts. Thomas approached each case with apparent dedication, earning praise from supervisors who saw him as a committed advocate for children's welfare. What Thomas's colleagues didn't realize was that he had developed his own criteria for determining which families posed threats to their children's development. His assessments went far beyond official guidelines for abuse and neglect, incorporating what Thomas called psychological contamination factors that predicted long-term damage to children's emotional and social development. In Thomas's mind, many families that appeared functional were actually toxic environments that would inevitably produce damaged adults. The first intervention came in 1987 when Thomas was assigned to monitor the Patterson family, following a neighbor's report of excessive yelling and possible physical abuse. During his official visits, Thomas observed what he considered classic signs of emotional dysfunction. Parents who criticized their children's academic performance, inconsistent discipline techniques, and failure to provide what Thomas saw as optimal developmental stimulation. When his investigation concluded that the family didn't meet official criteria for intervention, Thomas decided to implement his own solution. The Patterson house fire appeared to be a tragic accident caused by faulty electrical wiring in the basement. All 4 family members died of smoke inhalation in their sleep, and investigators found no evidence of arson. What they couldn't have known was that Thomas had used his knowledge of the house layout to create what appeared to be an electrical failure, complete with staged evidence that would support the accidental explanation. Thomas attended the funeral, comforting community members who praised the family's memory while he mentally cataloged his first successful intervention. Thomas refined his methodology over the next 11 years, claiming 18 families while maintaining his reputation as a dedicated social worker. His techniques varied based on each family's specific vulnerabilities and living situations, but all were designed to appear like accidents or natural disasters that could befall any household. Gas leaks that caused explosions, carbon monoxide poisoning from malfunctioning furnaces, tragic falls downstairs that had been subtly sabotaged. Each intervention was preceded by weeks of careful observation and planning. Thomas would conduct legitimate home visits as part of his official duties, then return during times when he knew the family would be absent to make necessary preparations. His knowledge of household systems and safety equipment, gained through his social work training, allowed him to create deadly situations that would activate hours or days after his modifications were complete. Thomas documented each intervention in encrypted files on his home computer, writing detailed analyses of family dynamics and post-intervention outcomes. He rated his successes based on factors like community impact, investigation avoidance, and what he called developmental damage prevention. To Thomas, each eliminated family represented progress toward his goal of protecting children from environments that would inevitably cause psychological harm. The investigation that exposed Thomas began when fire investigator Sarah Mitchell noticed patterns in residential fires that had claimed entire families over the past decade. The incidents occurred in different neighborhoods and involved different apparent causes, but all shared certain characteristics: families with children, recent contact with social services, and fire patterns that suggested knowledge of building systems and emergency response protocols. Detective Mitchell's analysis revealed statistical anomalies that should have been obvious years earlier. Cedar Falls had experienced a rate of fatal residential accidents that was nearly 4 times the state average, with most incidents affecting families that had been subject to recent social services investigations. When Mitchell cross-referenced the cases with social worker assignments, one name appeared in connection with 16 of the 18 incidents: Thomas Whitfield. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that Thomas had been present in the neighborhood during several of the incidents, conducting what he claimed were follow-up visits with other families in the area. Surveillance equipment installed near potential target homes captured Thomas making unauthorized entries using keys he had copied during official visits. Enhanced forensic analysis of previous fire scenes revealed subtle signs of deliberate manipulation that had been missed during initial investigations. Thomas was arrested at his office during what appeared to be a routine day of client visits. In his desk, investigators found detailed files on dozens of local families, complete with floor plans, security systems, and what Thomas called intervention potential assessments. His home computer contained encrypted records of 18 separate family eliminations, each documented with the clinical detachment of a research scientist studying laboratory specimens. During his interrogation, Thomas showed no remorse for his actions, instead expressing frustration that his work had been misunderstood. He explained his interventions with the passionate conviction of someone who believed He had been protecting children from environments that would inevitably damage their development. Thomas genuinely saw himself as a guardian of child welfare, someone willing to make difficult decisions that other social workers were too weak or naive to implement. The trial that followed revealed the scope of Thomas's delusions about family dynamics and child development. Expert witnesses described him as suffering from a messianic complex that made him believe he had special insight into family pathology and the authority to make life and death decisions about children's welfare. Thomas sat through the proceedings, taking detailed notes, as if preparing to defend his methodology in an academic setting. Thomas was convicted on multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He spent his incarceration writing what he called his Comprehensive Guide to Family Pathology Assessment, a document that prison officials destroyed after his death in 2015. His case remains a cautionary tale about how professional authority can be perverted to justify horrific crimes against the very people it's designed to protect. The families who survived Thomas's interventions were devastated to learn that their trusted social worker had been systematically murdering families he deemed dysfunctional. Cedar Falls never fully recovered from the revelation that their child protection system had been weaponized by someone who saw murder as a form of social work. Property values plummeted, longtime residents moved away, and those who remained struggled to trust any government official who offered to help their families. Thomas Whitfield's case led to comprehensive reforms in social services oversight, including mandatory psychological evaluations for workers, enhanced supervision protocols, and strict controls on access to client homes. The Thomas Protocols, adopted by social services agencies nationwide, require multiple worker verification for high-risk cases and regular review of worker caseloads for unusual patterns in client outcomes. Even now, Thomas's story continues to haunt the social work profession, serving as a reminder that the power to protect children can be twisted into the power to destroy families. His legacy isn't just the 73 lives he took, but the trust he shattered in systems designed to safeguard society's most vulnerable members. Thomas proved that monsters don't always lurk in obvious places. Sometimes they carry clipboards and offer to help make your family safer while planning to eliminate it entirely. The interstate trucking routes that crisscrossed the American heartland in the 1990s carried more than commercial cargo. Hidden among the legitimate drivers hauling goods from coast to coast was a man who had turned his 18-wheeler into a mobile killing machine, complete with soundproof compartments and medical equipment that would have impressed emergency room technicians. His name was Dale Morrison, and for 7 years he used America's highway system as his personal hunting preserve. Dale wasn't your typical long-haul trucker. Born in 1961 in Omaha, Nebraska, he had trained as a paramedic before discovering that saving lives gave him far less satisfaction than taking them. The transition from emergency medical services to commercial trucking seemed natural enough to his family and friends. Dale claimed he wanted to see the country, to escape the stress of dealing with medical mobile crime scene that would never emergencies. What he actually wanted was unlimited access to isolated victims and the perfect stay in one place. Long Enough 4 was a masterpiece of deadly engineering investigators to connect the dots. Dale's truck disguised as standard commercial equipment. The sleeper cab had been extensively modified with hidden compartments accessible through panels that looked like standard storage areas. Inside, Dale had installed restraints, monitoring equipment, and a ventilation system that could be sealed off from the rest of the vehicle. Most importantly, the floor of the main compartment was lined with drainage systems that allowed for easy cleanup after what Dale called his research sessions. His victims were selected based on what Dale termed mobility potential. He targeted hitchhikers, runaway teenagers, and transient workers who moved frequently between jobs, people whose disappearances wouldn't trigger immediate investigations, whose absence might not be noticed for weeks or months. Dale had studied missing persons statistics extensively, learning which demographics were most likely to be dismissed as voluntary disappearances rather than potential crimes. The selection process was methodical and patient. Dale would identify potential subjects during routine stops at truck stops, diners, and highway rest areas. He would observe them for hours, sometimes days, learning their routines and vulnerabilities before making contact. His approach was always helpful and fatherly, offering rides to destinations that were conveniently along his route. Most accepted gratefully, never suspecting that their good Samaritan had been studying them like a predator selecting prey. Once victims were secured in his modified truck, Dale would implement what he called his physiological research protocol. His background in emergency medicine had given him detailed knowledge of human anatomy and the precise effects of various forms of trauma. Dale wasn't interested in quick kills or sexual gratification. He wanted to study the human body's responses to controlled stress, to document the exact progression from health to death under carefully monitored conditions. Dale's journals, discovered after his eventual arrest, read like medical textbooks written by a sadist. He documented heart rates, blood pressure changes, and neurological responses to various stimuli with the precision of a research scientist. Each entry was cross-referenced with environmental factors, subject demographics, and methodological variations that Dale believed would improve the accuracy of his findings. To him, murder wasn't a crime, but an opportunity to advance human knowledge through direct experimentation. The mobility of Dale's operation made him nearly impossible to catch using conventional investigation techniques. His victims disappeared from different states. Their bodies were disposed of hundreds of miles from the abduction sites, and the time delays between disappearances and discoveries meant that evidence was often degraded beyond usefulness. Dale had created the perfect system for serial murder, one that exploited the gaps between jurisdictions and the limitations of pre-digital communication between law enforcement agencies. Dale's downfall came not from brilliant detective work, but from a mechanical failure that trapped him at a way station outside Amarillo, Texas in 1998. While his truck was being repaired, a routine inspection revealed modifications to the sleeper compartment that couldn't be explained by normal commercial thoroughly. They found evidence that use. When investigators searched the vehicle more, would link Dale to disappearances across 17 states. The hidden compartments contained more than just restraints and monitoring equipment. Dale had preserved tissue samples from each of his victims, labeled and cataloged like specimens in a medical laboratory. His collection included detailed photographs documenting the progression of his experiments, along with audio recordings of what Dale called physiological response data. Most damning were the personal effects he had kept as reference materials, items that would help investigators identify victims whose remains had never been found. During his interrogation, Dale displayed the same clinical detachment that had characterized his crimes. He readily admitted to killing 34 people over 7 years, providing details about his methodology with the enthusiasm of aid significant medical value. That his data on researcher presenting findings at an academic conference. Dale insisted his work, his stress responses, and trauma progression could revolutionize emergency medicine if properly analyzed by qualified professionals. The trial that followed revealed the scope of Dale's mobile killing operation. Investigators linked him to missing persons cases across the entire continental United States, with victims ranging in age from 16 to 65. Each disappearance had occurred near major trucking routes, and all victims fit Dale's profile of transient individuals whose absence wouldn't trigger immediate large-scale searches. Dale was convicted on 34 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent his years on death row writing what he called his comprehensive analysis of human physiological responses to controlled trauma, a document that was destroyed immediately after his execution in 2019. His case fundamentally changed how law enforcement investigates missing persons cases near interstate highways and led to enhanced screening procedures for commercial driver's licenses. The families of Dale's victims faced the unique challenge of grieving loved ones who had been killed not out of passion or greed, but as unwitting subjects in one man's grotesque medical experiments. Many struggled with the knowledge that their relatives had suffered prolonged torment in service of research that Dale genuinely believed would benefit humanity. Support groups formed across the country, connecting people whose lives had been shattered by a killer who had turned America's highway system into his personal laboratory. Dale Morrison's legacy extends beyond the 34 lives he took to include fundamental changes in how society monitors long-haul truckers and investigates highway disappearances. The Dale Protocols, developed jointly by the FBI and Department of Transportation, require enhanced background checks for commercial drivers and mandate reporting systems for unusual modifications to commercial vehicles. His case remains required study material at the FBI Academy, a reminder that the most dangerous predators are often those with the mobility and equipment to operate across vast geographical areas without detection. Even now, truck drivers undergo regular vehicle inspections specifically designed to detect modifications that could be used for criminal purposes. Dale's story serves as a chilling reminder that America's interstate highway system, designed to connect communities and facilitate commerce, can also provide perfect cover for predators who understand how to exploit the anonymity and mobility that modern transportation networks provide. The quiet suburban neighborhood of Maplewood Heights outside Minneapolis seemed like the perfect place to raise a family. Tree-lined streets, well-maintained lawns, and the kind of community where neighbors knew each other's children by name. What residents didn't know was that their local pediatrician, Dr. Elizabeth Crenshaw, had been conducting what she called developmental optimization studies on their children for over a decade, using her medical practice as a cover for experiments that would have horrified the parents who trusted her with their most precious possessions. Dr. Crenshaw wasn't motivated by sexual deviance or sadistic pleasure. Her crimes were rooted in a twisted interpretation of medical ethics, a belief that she could improve human development by eliminating children who showed signs of what she termed suboptimal genetic potential. In her warped worldview, she was performing a service to both the individual children and society as a whole, sparing families from the burden of raising developmentally challenged offspring while preventing the propagation of inferior genetic material. Born in 1954 to a family of medical professionals, Elizabeth had been raised with an almost religious reverence for scientific advancement and human improvement. Her father was a research physician who spoke frequently about the potential for genetic engineering to eliminate hereditary diseases, while her mother was a psychiatrist who specialized in childhood developmental disorders. Elizabeth absorbed these conversations, developing an obsession with what she saw as the moral imperative to optimize human genetic potential through selective intervention. Elizabeth excelled in medical school, particularly in pediatrics and genetics, but several professors noted her disturbing tendency to discuss children as if they were experimental subjects rather than patients. Her residency evaluations praised her technical skills and diagnostic accuracy, while noting concerns about her emotional detachment from patient families. What her supervisors didn't recognize was that Elizabeth was already developing theories about which children deserved medical intervention and which would benefit more from what she called compassionate termination. After establishing her practice in Maplewood Heights, Dr. Crenshaw quickly became one of the most popular pediatricians in the area. Parents praised her thoroughness, her willingness to spend extra time with concerned families, and her apparent dedication to children's welfare. What they didn't realize was that Elizabeth was conducting extensive evaluations that went far beyond standard medical assessments, documenting genetic markers, developmental patterns, and family histories that she used to determine each child's optimization potential. Elizabeth's selection criteria were based on a complex algorithm she had developed that incorporated genetic predispositions, developmental milestones, and what she called social utility projections. Children who showed signs of learning disabilities, behavioral problems, or hereditary conditions were classified as intervention candidates. Elizabeth convinced herself that eliminating these children would spare their families years of struggle while preventing the transmission of problematic genes to future generations. Her methodology was elegantly simple and virtually undetectable. Elizabeth would identify children who met her criteria during routine examinations, then recommend additional treatments or vaccinations that she claimed would address specific health concerns. Parents, trusting their pediatrician's expertise, readily consented to procedures that Elizabeth had carefully designed to cause delayed fatal reactions that would appear to be natural medical emergencies. Elizabeth used her extensive knowledge of pediatric physiology to create what appeared to be sudden infant death syndrome, severe allergic reactions, or complications from common childhood illnesses. Each death was perfectly consistent with known medical phenomena, and Elizabeth's reputation as a caring physician meant that grieving families often sought her comfort and support during their darkest hours. She attended funerals, sent sympathy cards, and provided counseling to parents who had no idea their trusted doctor had murdered their children. The investigation that would eventually expose Elizabeth began when pediatric epidemiologist Dr. James Crawford noticed unusual patterns in childhood mortality statistics for the Minneapolis metropolitan area. The Maplewood Heights region was experiencing rates of sudden infant death and childhood medical emergencies that were significantly higher than state averages, with most cases involving patients from a single medical practice. Dr. Crawford's analysis revealed that children under Dr. Crenshaw's care were experiencing fatal medical emergencies at a rate nearly 3 times higher than the regional average. When he expanded his investigation to include children who had died shortly after changing practices or moving away from the area, the statistical anomaly became even more pronounced. Every case involved a child who had been under Elizabeth's care during their final months of life. The breakthrough came when Dr. Crawford convinced the parents of recent victim Timothy Walsh to request a comprehensive toxicology screening. Timothy had died of apparent respiratory failure just days after receiving what Elizabeth had described as a preventive treatment for seasonal allergies. Advanced testing revealed traces of compounds that were inconsistent with any legitimate pediatric medications, suggesting deliberate poisoning with substances designed to mimic natural medical emergencies. The investigation expanded rapidly as law enforcement realized they were dealing with a pediatrician who had weaponized her medical practice. Elizabeth was arrested at her clinic during routine office hours, showing no surprise when detectives presented their warrant. In her office files, investigators found detailed records on hundreds of local children, complete with genetic assessments, developmental projections, and what Elizabeth called optimization showed no remorse for her actions, recommendations. During her interrogation, Elizabeth instead expressing frustration that her work had been misunderstood by people without sufficient medical training to appreciate its necessity. She explained her methodology with the detached professionalism of a researcher presenting findings at a medical conference, detailing how she had identified genetic markers that predicted developmental problems and eliminated children who would have suffered from those conditions. The trial that followed shocked the Minneapolis medical community and revealed the scope of Elizabeth's delusions about genetic optimization and medical ethics. Expert witnesses described her as suffering from a God complex that made her believe she had the authority to make life and death decisions about children's genetic potential. Elizabeth sat through the proceedings, taking detailed notes, as if preparing to defend her methodology in a peer review process. Elizabeth was convicted on 47 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of guide to pediatric genetic optimization, a parole. She spent her incarceration writing what she called her comprehensive document that was destroyed after her death in custody in 2021. Her case remains a landmark in the prosecution of medical professionals who abuse their positions of trust to commit serial murder. The families of Elizabeth's victims faced the devastating realization that their trusted pediatrician had murdered their children based on twisted theories about genetic improvement. Maplewood Heights never recovered from the revelation that their beloved family doctor had been systematically eliminating children she deemed genetically inferior. Many families moved away, unable to cope with the memories associated with their community, while those who remained struggled to trust any medical professional who offered to treat their children. Dr. Elizabeth Crenshaw's case led to comprehensive reforms in pediatric medical oversight, including mandatory peer review systems, enhanced monitoring of unusual mortality patterns, and strict protocols for administering treatments that weren't part of standard medical practice. The Crenshaw protocols, adopted by medical boards nationwide, require multiple physician approval for any experimental or non-standard treatments involving pediatric patients. Even now, Elizabeth's story continues to haunt the medical profession, serving as a reminder that the power to heal can be perverted into the power to harm when combined with delusional beliefs about human improvement. Her legacy isn't just the 47 lives she took, but the trust she shattered in the doctor-patient relationship that forms the foundation of pediatric medicine. Elizabeth proved that monsters can hide behind medical degrees and caring bedside manners, turning parents' love for their children into a weapon against the very people they're trying to protect. The mountain resort town of Pine Valley, Colorado, attracted thousands of visitors, each year with promises of pristine wilderness, challenging hiking trails, and the kind of rugged outdoor experience that city dwellers craved. What they didn't expect was to encounter Martin Kellerman, a wilderness guide whose intimate knowledge of the remote backcountry had been acquired through 15 years of hunting human beings like animals. Martin didn't kill for sport or sexual gratification. He killed because he believed that soft, urbanized people needed to experience what he called authentic survival pressure before they died. Martin was born in 1956 in a logging camp outside Durango, where his father worked as a timber cutter and his mother died in childbirth. Raised by a succession of camp workers and temporary guardians, Martin learned early that survival depended on understanding the harsh realities of mountain life. By age 10, he could track wounded animals for miles, set snares that would hold a struggling deer, and find his way through trackless forest in conditions that would kill experienced hikers. What set Martin apart from other mountain children wasn't just his survival skills, but his philosophical interpretation of what those skills meant. Martin developed an elaborate worldview based on what he called evolutionary pressure theory, believing that modern civilization had made humans weak and dependent. In Martin's mind, people who couldn't survive without technology, grocery stores, and climate-controlled environments were evolutionary failures who needed to be eliminated to strengthen the species. After completing his mandatory education, Martin found work as a wilderness guide, leading hunting expeditions and survival training courses for wealthy clients who wanted to experience authentic mountain life. He was exceptionally good at his job, possessing an almost supernatural ability to navigate treacherous terrain and find game when other guides came up empty. Clients praised his knowledge and dedication, never suspecting that Martin was studying them with the cold calculation of a predator evaluating prey. Martin's selection criteria were based on what he called survival worthiness assessments. He targeted clients who displayed what he considered signs of civilizational weakness: inability to navigate without GPS devices, dependence on processed foods, fear of physical discomfort, or excessive concern about personal hygiene. These individuals, in Martin's twisted worldview, were genetic dead ends who needed to be eliminated before they could reproduce and further weaken the human species. His methodology was brutally elegant in its simplicity. Martin would lead selected clients deep into the backcountry, far from established trails and communication networks, then create situations that would test their survival abilities under increasingly desperate conditions. Equipment would mysteriously malfunction, food supplies would be contaminated, and clients would find themselves lost in terrain that Martin knew better than his own backyard. Martin didn't kill his victims directly. Instead, he orchestrated what he called evolutionary challenges that would separate the worthy from the weak. Clients would wake to find their guide missing, their GPS devices destroyed, their emergency supplies scattered by what appeared to be animal activity. Those who could adapt and survive earned Martin's respect and were eventually led back to safety. Those who panicked, gave up, or made what Martin considered poor survival decisions were left to die in the wilderness. The bodies were rarely found, and when they were, the deaths appeared to be tragic accidents that could befall any hiker in the challenging mountain environment. Martin's reputation remained spotless because the clients who survived his tests were grateful for what they believed had been expert guidance through genuinely dangerous situations. They praised Martin's skill and dedication, never realizing they had been participants in deadly experiments designed to eliminate the weak. Martin documented each test in journals that read like scientific studies on human survival behavior. He rated his subjects based on their responses to various challenges, their ability to find food and shelter, and their psychological resilience under extreme stress. Those who failed his tests weren't just allowed to die, they were carefully observed and documented as they succumbed to exposure, dehydration, or predation by the wildlife that Martin knew how to attract to specific locations. The investigation that exposed Martin began when search and rescue coordinator Sarah Mitchell noticed patterns in missing persons cases involving wilderness expeditions. Over a 15-year period, the Pine Valley region had experienced an unusually high number of disappearances involving guided expeditions, with most cases involving clients who had limited outdoor experience but significant financial resources. These stories serve as chilling reminders that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious warning signs. The most dangerous predators often hide behind uniforms, professional credentials, and helpful smiles, weaponizing our basic human need for trust and community. From Marcus Reed's methodical desert experiments to Thomas Whitfield's twisted social work interventions, these killers prove that monsters walk among us disguised as the very people we're taught to trust. Their legacy isn't just the hundreds of lives they took, but the innocence they destroyed and the questions they raised about how well we really know the people we invite into our most vulnerable moments.